Chapter 329. A day later, under the tracking of the seeking bird, Su Jianhua and the others arrived at the Black River, the Poisonous Valley, the Rotten Swamp, and other extremely dangerous places. They were all in a sorry state, and several seniors were seriously injured, falling to the ground and foaming at the mouth. "Don't stop me, I must kill this damn bird." One of the seniors went crazy and tried to kill the seeking bird, but he was stopped by the surrounding seniors who grabbed his arm. "Chen Wu, don't be too impulsive. The seeking bird didn't do it on purpose." That's right, that's right. Why bother with a bird?" Several seniors tried to dissuade him. Senior Chen Wu went crazy and said, "Impulsive my ass. Look at what this damn bird has done. Where did it lead us? The dead river, the poisonous valley, the rotten swamp, and so on. Every place is extremely dangerous, and it's almost certain death. We were chased by piranhas in the river, poisonous corpses in the valley, and we almost drowned in the swamp. I've never experienced such a terrifying adventure in my 20 years of life. How is this chasing the enemy? It's clearly sending us to our deaths. Without a doubt, this damn bird must be a spy sent by that little bastard Xiaoping. It wants to indirectly kill us." He looked up to the sky and sighed, incomparably sad and indignant. There were also some older students who felt the same way. Today's adventure was probably the adventure of a lifetime. It was all the fault of this damned bird. If this damned bird hadn't randomly led the way, they wouldn't have been in such a miserable state. "Brother Chen, calm down, you have to calm down. Why are you angry at a bird? There's no need at all." Another bald senior tried to dissuade him. "I believe it didn't do it on purpose. Otherwise, we would have started fighting before we found Xiaoping." "Calm down, how do you want me to calm down? If this continues, I'm afraid we'll die before Xiaoping dies." Chen Wu was furious. He had never experienced such a thing in his life. "Look, the seeking bird is flying away again. It's said that this time, it will definitely find Xiaoping. He is just up ahead." A senior shouted, pointing at the seeking bird flying in the sky. "Look! Whoosh whoosh whoosh." The group quickly followed. They had chased to so many places, so it was probably true this time. However, when they arrived at the place where the seeking bird was, their faces all turned green. "Seeking bird, you said that Xiaoping is down there?" Senior Chen Wui's face darkened. He stared at the bottomless abyss below the cliff, and the sound of howling wind could be heard all around him. The corner of Su Jianhua's mouth twitched. The seeking bird nodded proudly. It pecked with its beak and pointed to the bottom of the abyss, indicating that Xiaoping was definitely there. As long as it jumped down, it would be able to find him. "Jump your grandpa." The bald senior student couldn't take it anymore and immediately cursed, "Chen Wu, this bird really isn't a good bird. It's definitely a spy sent by Xiaoping. It won't rest until it kills us. Roast it immediately." If they really jumped down according to the seeking bird's instructions, all of them would have to meet their ancestors. He was so angry that he wanted to strangle the seeking bird. "I understand now. That kid must have known that we used the seeking bird to track him down." After so many things, Su Jianhua finally understood. He said in a faint tone, "That's why that brat threw his things around to mislead us." Obviously, he succeeded. But how did that brat know that we used the seeking bird to find him? Could there be a traitor among us? "Don't talk nonsense. This is the first time we've seen him. How could we be his spies?" "That's right. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Let's not care about how that brat knew. Since he knew we had the seeking bird and still did this, doesn't that mean we won't be able to find him in the Evil Corpse mountain range? Even if we die, we must find him. He played us like fools and almost caused us to die in such a dangerous place. If we don't take revenge, are we still human? No one can play us without paying the price. That little bastard must die." The group of senior students discussed among themselves. Each of them was filled with endless anger. Their hatred for Xiaoping was monstrous. Originally, they didn't have any enmity with Xiaoping. It was only because of Su Huajian's invitation and the large amount of benefits that they agreed to chase after Xiaoping. But now it was different. After being played by Xiaoping, they all wanted to kill him. Su Jianhua's face was gloomy. The other party knew that he had the seeking bird and deliberately did this to disrupt their tracking. In other words, they had no way of finding Xiaoping. This was a bit troublesome. If he didn't kill Xiaoping in the Evil Corpse mountain range and return to Yanhuang University, he still wouldn't have a chance. Beep beep. Suddenly, Su Jianhua's communication device rang. He glanced at it. It was a friend he knew. He immediately answered. The other party's voice came, "Brother Su, what are you guys doing somewhere else? Hurry up and come over. We found the mysterious Yin fruit in a valley. It seems it will mature in a day or two." Mature soon? Hearing this, Su Jianhua and the others were shocked. If Xiaoping was here, he would definitely be shocked. The mysterious Yin fruit was a rare fruit of heaven and earth. It was born in the mysterious Yin land. It needed 500 years to absorb the yin qi of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of the sun and moon to grow. A mysterious yin fruit gathered a large amount of life essence. At the same time, it was also the main ingredient of the mysterious yin pill. Consuming such a mysterious yin pill could increase the probability of breaking through to the martial master realm by 20 to 30%. Right now, Su Jianhua and the others were all at the peak of the martial disciple realm. They were only a step away from advancing to the martial master realm. If they could consume a mysterious yin pill, they might be able to become true martial master experts. Once they could advance to the martial master realm, their status would immediately change dramatically. They could even become true elite students. They would truly stand out. No matter which force they went to, they would become important people. So when they heard the words mysterious yin fruit, they all held their breath. How is this possible? Didn't they say it would take more than 10 days to mature? How could it be so fast? Su Jianhua frowned. The other party said in a deep voice, "I don't know. Maybe something happened in the Evil Corpse mountain range. It caused the yin qi to become so dense, causing the mysterious yin fruit to mature earlier. This is a bit troublesome. In short, you guys come over immediately. Don't be followed. Otherwise, if others find out, it will definitely cause a bloody fight." His face was grave. One must know that they were not the only martial disciple ninth heaven experts in the Evil Corpse mountain range. There were also other senior students and even some martial arts experts who had been out for God knows how long. If those experts found out, it would definitely cause a fight. Let's go. Su Jianhua hung up the communication device. He could not care about dealing with Xiaoping now. It was more important for the mysterious yin fruit to mature. If he could obtain this fruit, he could immediately become a martial master expert. At that time, it would be much easier to kill Xiaoping. Chapter 330. At this moment, in a cave somewhere in the gloomy Corpse mountain range. 2 to 3 days passed in a flash. Xiaoping had been hiding in this cave to cultivate in seclusion. He had taken 3 Dragon Tiger Rui Dan in succession. Immediately, these 3 Dan produced a huge medicinal power, causing the true qi in his body to increase crazily. Soon, the 6th acupoint was filled with true qi, almost reaching the limit. Originally, Xiaoping thought that these 3 Dragon Tiger Rui Dan would allow him to reach the peak of the 6th heaven of the martial warrior realm. However, he had underestimated the medicinal power of the Dragon Tiger Rui Dan. This kind of Dan was extremely precious. Those who were not from the king's clan could not afford it. Moreover, it contained the power of the dragon tiger. It was very violent. If a martial artist did not have a strong foundation, they would not be able to withstand this medicinal power. It would cause damage to their meridians. Only the direct descendants of the king's clan like LV Weihai could afford this kind of Dan. However, now that this Dan had fallen into Xiaoping's hands, it could be considered as a great help to him. Now! Xia Ping operated the pure yang immortal secret art and frantically refined the medicinal power in his body. He felt that the true qi in his sixth acupoint had reached the limit. It was as if water had filled a pool and was about to overflow. Bang! At this moment, his body trembled. The true qi in the 6 acupoints rotated like a whirlpool. In an instant, it was connected. A door was finally smashed open by the flood. The 7th heaven of the martial warrior realm. Xia Ping immediately knew that the 7th acupoint in his body had finally been opened under the power of the true qi. His whole body was filled with explosive power. The true qi filled his whole body. The 6 acupoints were also circulating at this moment. It was as if they had formed 2 triangles. They resonated with the 7th acupoint and produced a huge power in the dark. Pai Li Pa La. Xia Ping stood up in an instant. The muscles and bones in his body were vibrating. It was like the roar of thunder. The blood in his body was also surging like a river. The power continued to gush out. With a bang, he punched the air, and a series of explosions occurred. From his shoulder, elbow, and fist, the air produced a series of explosions, and the force of the qi vibrated. The mountain wall in front was easily penetrated. Immediately, a huge pit appeared. Even the gravel turned into powder. There was not even a sound. I have finally reached the advanced martial warrior realm. Xia Ping lamented. After clearing the 7th acupoint and reaching Fighter 7 Dan, he could feel his strength increasing by more than 2-fold. The Jinqi in his body seemed to have an additional powerful engine. Every move he made now was filled with tyrannical power. Even at a distance of 300 to 400 meters, it was enough to turn a raging bull into minced meat. His might was terrifying to the extreme. Even an ordinary martial artist of the 9th heaven might not be a match for Xia Ping. Congratulations to the host for gaining 30,000 hatred points. At this time, the system's voice sounded. Xia Ping's eyes flashed. He immediately sensed the information from the system and found that these hatred points were provided by Su Jianhua and the others. It was estimated that the trap he set worked, causing them to be very miserable, and everyone's hatred points soared. Su Jianhua. Soon we will meet again. Xia Ping clenched his fists as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was being chased by Su Jianhua and the others, so he could only temporarily avoid them. But from now on, those people might not be his opponents. If Su Jianhua dared to appear in front of him, he would definitely be able to kill him. System, where are Su Jianhua and the others right now? Spend the hatred points and inquire immediately. Xia Ping asked. The system replied, yes, host. With a bang, a message immediately poured into Xia Ping's mind. What? Profoundine fruit? Those guys can actually find such a strange fruit of heaven and earth, and it will mature after a while? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. He knew how precious the profoundine fruit was. It was estimated that even a martial master realm powerhouse would snatch it if they knew about it. Ordinary martial artist realm powerhouses would be even crazier. Great, I didn't expect to get such a strange fruit. Such a treasure must be mine. This is also a little interest from them. Xia Ping immediately decided to snatch it. Treasures like this, even if Su Jianhua didn't have a feud with him, he had to fight for it. Not to mention that Su Jianhua and the others were chasing him. They already had a life and death feud, so it was even more impossible for him to let these treasures fall into the hands of others. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Xia Ping could no longer sit still. His figure flickered and he wanted to leave the cave. But when he moved the stone away from the cave, he immediately sensed more than a dozen auras appearing outside. What's going on? Xia Ping immediately looked over and saw more than a dozen beautiful girls bathing in the lake. They were like mermaids swimming around in the lake, just like a painting. Hee, Sister Su, our luck is really good. I didn't expect to find such a clean lake in such a godforsaken place like the gloomy Corpse Mountain Range. Although the water here is a bit cold and has an icy qi, which is fatal for ordinary people, it is just right for us warriors. Hee hee, the most important thing is that we can bathe. In the gloomy corpse mountain range, I don't know how many zombies and skeletons we have killed. After staying here for 5 or 6 days, my whole body is greasy. If I don't bathe, I will go crazy. A group of beautiful girls were chatting and constantly swimming. The icy chi in the lake was simply unable to do anything to them. It was all expelled by the chi on their body. And the leader was a beautiful girl. Among the many beautiful girls, she stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. She had a peerless aura and a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak, making people unable to look directly at them. Xia Ping immediately recognized that this was Su Ji, who was ranked second in the freshman ranking competition. Who is it? Su Ji was very sensitive. She seemed to feel some kind of gaze and suddenly cried out. Her eyes revealed a trace of coldness as if she felt the chi on Xia Ping's body. Then she slapped towards the void behind her with a palm that contained a strong force. This was the power of the 8th heaven of the martial artist realm. Xia Ping also made a move and threw a punch. Bang! 2 tyrannical forces collided and the force shot out in all directions. The ground was immediately blasted into a huge deep pit and gravel flew in all directions. What's going on? Someone was peeping and was discovered by Sister Su. Who has such big guts to actually dare to peep at us bathing? Aren't they afraid of death? Sisters, quickly put on your clothes. Otherwise, we will suffer a big loss. Catch that bastard. Catch that pervert. I have never suffered such a big loss in my life. After we catch him, immediately confiscate his tools. A group of girls exclaimed. Their movements were very fast. They jumped out of the lake and quickly put on their clothes. When the smoke and dust dispersed, all of them stared angrily at the strange man who appeared in front of them. Su Ji's movements were also very fast. She quickly put on her clothes and wrapped the important parts of her body. Her beautiful eyes revealed a murderous look. Her body was like a little bird as she landed on the smooth marble floor. Chapter 331. TSK, I didn't expect to have this kind of benefit after coming out of closed-door training. Good figure. Xia Ping touched his chin and looked at the group of women. All of them were above average, with exquisite curves. Especially Su Ji, she was simply a generation seductress, many times better looking than in the photo. Her body exuded a seductive aura, incomparably charming. If placed in ancient times, she would probably be the type of character like Su Daji or Yang Guifei. Good figure. Hearing this, the group of women went mad. This hateful pervert came to the lake to peep at them bathing. Not only did he not recognize the wrong person, but he also commented on their good figure. He was too arrogant. They had never seen such an arrogant pervert in their life. He was so lawless. When did you appear here to peep at us? Su Ji's pretty face revealed a trace of killing intent. She was very surprised because before coming to the lake, they had already explored the surrounding area, and there was no one here. But this kid appeared silently. If not for her extremely keen perception of sight, perhaps she wouldn't have found out that this kid appeared in this place. If she didn't find out, they would have suffered a loss in vain. They wouldn't even know that the other party had taken advantage of them. Hearing this, Xia Ping waved his hand and said, "You misunderstood me. I am not a pervert. I just happened to appear here, and you happen to be bathing here. Everything is just a coincidence. And I am not peeping. I was just watching you bathing. I was afraid to disturb you, so I didn't make a sound." He showed a righteous look, wanting to correct a point. Fart. A woman stood up, half dead with anger. Your behavior is clearly peeping. The woman next to her blushed and trembled. What do you mean I was afraid to disturb them when I bathing, so I didn't make a sound? This was the first time they heard someone say such a shameless act of peeping in such a fresh and refined way. It was simply shameless to the extreme. Su Ji's face was also very dark. She felt that this bastard's face was not ordinary thick. She estimated that even a laser couldn't penetrate it. If this is not peeping, then what is? I think I can explain this behavior. For example, we can switch roles. Xia Ping said carelessly, for example, the people bathing in the lake are all muscular men, and a woman accidentally came here. Do you think that woman is peeping? This shouldn't be considered. A girl was stunned and answered subconsciously. Xia Ping spread his hands and said, that's it. By the same logic, why is it not voyeurism for a woman to watch a group of men bathing, but it is voyeurism for a man to watch a group of women bathing? This is purely a misunderstanding of concepts, an old and outdated concept that should be swept into the garbage heap of history. To be honest, it's an era where men and women are equal. You're all students of Yanhuang University, representing the most advanced class of mankind. It's hilarious that you still have such old-fashioned ideas. Speaking of which, it's just a glance. It's not like I'll lose a piece of flesh. Why are you so angry? He guided her patiently. A girl with big eyes was fooled. She subconsciously nodded and said, that's right, big sister. This guy seems to have a point. Being looked at won't hurt you. The other girls were also a little confused. They actually felt that this bastard's words made sense. Stupid. Su Ji was so angry that she knocked the girl's head. Don't listen to this shameless rogue's bluff. He's clearly twisting words and forcing logic. That's what a pervert is like. The girl with big eyes felt wronged and lowered her head. Su Ji stared at Xia Ping, clenched her fist, and exuded a tyrannical martial arts aura. No matter how you twist words and force logic today, don't even think of running away. I'll make you stay. Big sister Su, you're right. This is not an ordinary thief. He's a pervert with a glib tongue. His mouth is too powerful. I don't know how many people he's fooled. Maybe there are also many ignorant girls who have been fooled and defiled by this bastard. If that's the case, he's not only a pervert, but also a pervert who does all kinds of evil. Who cares about equality between men and women? Let's catch him first and beat him to vent our anger. That's right. Let's catch this bastard first and beat him into a pig's head. Sisters, don't hold back. Beat him first, and then confiscate his tools. Surround this kid immediately. Don't let him escape. A group of women shouted one after another. They all made their moves. All of them are martial arts experts. Among them, there is no lack of martial artists' sixth heaven. It can be said that each of them is a martial arts elite. In the blink of an eye, their palms slapped out. A heavy palm print appeared in the air. This kind of thick palm power is enough to split mountains. If an ordinary martial artist is hit, it is estimated that they will immediately fall to the ground with serious injuries and cough up blood. Xia Ping also made a move. His hands turned into a circle. Like Tai Chi, he operated the Northern Dark Body Protection technique. A tyrannical true energy immediately covered his whole body, forming an impenetrable protective shield. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, more than a dozen tyrannical palm power slapped over and fiercely bombarded Xia Ping's body. However, they were instantly digested and absorbed, and even produced a tyrannical countershock. With a boom, these women were shocked. How could they have thought that their attacks not only had no effect on Xia Ping, but even this force was bounced back? Caught off guard, their whole body was blown away by this force. The clothes on their bodies were immediately shattered. One by one, they fell to the ground, revealing their spring scenery. How is this possible? A group of women were shocked. They now really realized that this kid is not only an ordinary perverted thief, but also a strong perverted thief. Sure enough, the figure is indeed good. It's much more exciting than watching some artistic action movies. Xia Ping said with a smile, looking up and down at the graceful figure of this group of women. Artistic action movies? Hearing this, all of their faces turned black. This guy's dog mouth can't spit out ivory. His mouth is so cheap. He actually compared them with that kind of artist. It's too hateful. But now they can't fight back against this bastard, because their clothes are all torn. One by one, they jumped into the lake and temporarily hid their bodies. Otherwise, they would be taken advantage of by this kid. Although it's big enough now. Who are you? What's your name? The only one who didn't make a move was Su Ji. She stared at Xia Ping and felt that this man was very unusual. Even an ordinary freshman was not so terrifying. He might be a senior student of Yanhuang University. Chapter 332. Zhong family, Zhong Yuan. Su Ji's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of coldness. So that's how it is. Royal family, Zhong family, descendant of a royal family. No wonder you're so unbridled and openly did such a shameless thing. Is it because you have the backing of a royal family? She revealed a look of understanding. After all, she was also born into a royal family. Naturally, she knew how arrogant and insufferably arrogant the descendants of a royal family were. She reckoned that this Zhong Yuan was also one of those good-for-nothings who relied on the glory of his ancestors. I didn't expect you to know about the Zhong family. That makes things easier. Xia Ping raised his nose to the sky and said in a very domineering manner, to be honest, people like me who come from a royal family are born to be nobles. Being able to watch you bathe is already giving you face. It's your honor. If I can take a fancy to some of you girls, wouldn't that be like flying up a branch and transforming into a phoenix? I think you should seize this opportunity to curry favor with me. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. He revealed an insufferably arrogant appearance. You! Su Ji clenched her fist. She wished she could immediately rush forward and beat this bastard up. She wanted to punch his hateful face a few hundred times. She had never seen such a shameless person in her life. After doing such a bad thing, he still dared to say that it was their honor and asked them to curry favor with him. Who did this bastard think he was? Being born into a royal family made him so arrogant and condescending? Damn it, I didn't expect the men from a royal family to be this kind of people. Although Sister Su is also a member of a royal family, she's not as domineering as him. He's simply a scum. With so many royal families, there will always be a few scum. A piece of rat shit spoils a pot of soup. This Zhong Yuan is not a good thing. He looks like a dog, but he has a golden exterior and is rotten inside. The group of girls also clenched their teeth. They had seen many men, but they had never seen this kind of man. This was the first time they had seen such an annoying man. He was simply the best of the best. This bastard had probably seen many vain girls, but he thought that all the girls in the world were like this. Each and every one of them would come forward to curry favor with him. What a joke! Even if they had to marry a pig or a dog, they would never give themselves to this bastard. Sister Su, don't listen to that bastard's nonsense. He's not Zhong Yuan at all. The girl with big eyes immediately said, I suddenly remembered. He's Xia Ping, the first place in the freshman ranking competition. She took out her smartwatch, and with a ding sound, Xia Ping's image was immediately projected. What? Seeing this virtual projection, the group of girls were dumbfounded. They never thought that this kid was actually the legendary Xia Ping, the guy who had surpassed their elder sister, the top freshman. How is this possible? Didn't they say that Xia Ping was only at the fifth heaven of the martial warrior realm? But looking at his true chi now, he is at least at the seventh celestial layer, a girl said. The big-eyed girl was also a little puzzled and said, yeah, it's because it's strange that I couldn't think of it for a while. But this guy's appearance is definitely Xia Ping, exactly the same as in the photo. Bastard! Hearing these words, Su Ji clenched her fist. She was so angry that she was about to explode. How could she not know that she had been fooled by this bastard? If she foolishly went to find trouble with the Zhong family, she would probably fall into this kid's evil trick. At that time, it would cause a dispute between the Su family and the Zhong family, and the trouble would be big. Have I been exposed so quickly? Xia Ping touched his chin and said with a little regret. His reputation was still too big. He originally thought that he could trick others. You actually dare to fool me? Go to hell. Su Ji clenched her teeth and struck out with her palm. A terrifying force erupted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In midair, a dense palm shadow appeared. It even contained a power that could confuse one's mind. It carried a trace of fragrance, causing Xia Ping to be in a trance, as if his mind had been hooked away. This was a trace of the mysterious power of Su Ji's demon fox bloodline. It had the power to confuse one's mind. This mental power was simply 10 times more terrifying than LV Weihai's. Powerful. Xia Ping operated the pure yang immortal art, immediately isolating himself from this mental power's confusion. At the same time, he struck out with his fist. Like a shark leaping out of the water, it was fierce, decisive, and powerful. Bang! The two forces collided, and an explosion occurred in midair. The ground was shaken by the terrifying force, and a deep pit appeared. Crushed stones flew in all directions, sand and dust billowed, and dozens of cracks appeared on the ground. Su Ji also felt this tyrannical power. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her beautiful eyes were a little shocked. This palm technique of hers could confuse a martial artist's mind. Usually, an ordinary martial artist would be defeated by her palm without knowing what happened. The only people who could resist her mental power were those with King's bloodline. However, this kid didn't seem to belong to any King's clan. Yet, he was able to resist her attack, and even counterattack calmly. This was a bit powerful. I didn't expect that my identity would be seen through by you guys. Then, I won't play with you guys anymore. See you next time. Xia Ping, however, borrowed this power to quickly retreat and flew away. He also didn't want to continue playing with this group of women because he had more important things to do. According to the system's prediction, the Profoundine fruit was about to ripen. He couldn't continue to waste time here. Don't even think about running. How could Su Ji just watch as Xia Ping ran away? She immediately chased after him. However, she didn't know how powerful Xia Ping's Kunpeng steps was. His speed was incomparably fast. With a single step, he traversed over 100 meters. It was impossible for her to catch up. In just a few breaths, Xia Ping's figure disappeared from the valley. Damn it! Soon, Su Ji couldn't sense Xia Ping's figure anymore. She immediately became furious, but she had no other choice but to return to the valley. Sister Su, did you find that perverted thief? I definitely didn't find him. Otherwise, Sister Su would have brought him here. I didn't expect that perverted thief to be Xia Ping. He's too despicable, shameless, and filthy. That Xia Ping is a beast. I've long heard that this bastard went through the school's back door in order to become the #1 freshman. This is already considered a moral corruption. But now, he actually came to peep at us bathing. He even wanted to pretend to be Zhong Yuan and divert the trouble. Shameless to the extreme. Fortunately, we exposed his identity in time. Otherwise, if we were foolishly fooled by him, we would have been fooled. We must go to the school's forum and expose this bastard's shameless behavior so that the public will spurn him. This kind of person appearing in Yanhuang University is simply a disgrace to the school. The group of girls were extremely angry. Chapter 333. At night, somewhere in the Evil Corpse mountain range. Not even a blade of grass grew here, everywhere was bare, the ground was covered with blood-colored soil, the air was filled with a gray haze, it was extremely depressing. If an ordinary person appeared here, they would not be able to hold on for a long time. 10 seconds later they would be poisoned and fall to the ground. The environment here was extremely harsh. However, Su Jianhua and the others came to this valley. They were not afraid of the poisonous haze at all. They operated their true qi, expelling the poisonous haze from their bodies. Their faces were full of joy as they came to the center of the valley. In the center of the valley, there was a gray plant growing. There was not a single leaf on the whole body. It was bare, like a human skeleton, but on the branch of this plant hung a gray fruit. This gray fruit had a circle of strange lines, it was surrounded by a layer of silver light, the moonlight from the sky fell down, it seemed to be absorbed, the moonlight was like the waves of the ocean, the scene was astonishing. Even if it was a person who did not know, seeing this scene, they would know that this gray fruit was definitely a rare treasure. Great, the profoundine fruit is really about to ripen. A senior student was extremely happy. It was not a waste of our hard work for so long, we even spent a lot of points to exchange for a lot of treasures to cultivate this strange tree, speeding up the ripening of the profoundine fruit. After working so hard for so long, there is also a harvest. Once we get this profoundine fruit, we can immediately take it back to the school, spend points, and ask the school teachers to help us refine the profoundine pill. If we can get the profoundine pill, breaking through to the martial master realm is just around the corner, at that time we will all be elite students of Yanhuang University, we can stand out. A group of senior students looked at the fruit in the center of the valley with incomparable desire, they were very clear what kind of treasure this was, even in the school, points could not exchange for a diluted treasure. If it appeared, it would definitely cause a huge commotion, it was unknown how many experts would come to snatch it. Fortunately, this place was the Evil Corpse mountain range, experts above the martial master realm could not enter, so they had this kind of opportunity, to be able to obtain such a fortuitous encounter. Su Jianhua suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone be careful, when the profoundine fruit ripens, there will definitely be an astonishing scene, it will attract who knows how many corpse kings, at that time these corpse kings will be our opponents." He was very cautious. "I'm not worried about the corpse king. It's just a bunch of undead creatures. There's a limit to how strong they are. What I'm most worried about is that the news of the valley will leak out. If the other students find out, I'm afraid there will be a bloodbath. I've already observed the surrounding area for more than 10 kilometers, and there isn't anyone around. After all, this place is remote, and there aren't many people around. It won't be so easy to bump into other seniors. I actually hope to meet that Xiaoping in this place. If that's the case, I can easily kill him and save so much time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That's a good idea, but it's not realistic. If that Xiaoping accidentally came to this place and saw so many experts gathered here, he would have pissed his pants long ago. How would he dare to come forward? He's just a little freshman. So what if he's the number 1 among the new students? I can kill him with a single slap. I'll kill him like a dog. Speaking of which, I have another idea. Even if he couldn't find Xiaoping through the seeking bird, he could still find Xiaoping's friends. It was said that he had a few female confidants. As long as we capture those people, why would we need to worry about that kid not giving in? Not bad, that's a good idea. Why didn't we think of this just now? What a pity. But it's not too late. After we get the profoundine fruit, we'll go and capture those girls. At that time, no matter how strong that little bastard is, he will have to obediently give in, unless he wants his girlfriend to die. Many of the seniors discussed animatedly, and their eyes revealed a cruel look as they thought of many evil plans. Su Jianhua was very tempted. Just now, he had indeed taken a detour, and was almost driven mad by that kid's tricks, so he didn't think of this for a while. But it was not too late now. After this matter was over, it would be Xiaoping's time to die. He absolutely couldn't escape. At this time, on a huge rock somewhere in the valley, a figure was hidden, blending into the surrounding scenery. This person was Xiaoping, who had just rushed over, and he had also heard these people's words. Sure enough, these people deserve to die. Xiaoping clenched his fists, and a deep murderous aura appeared in the depths of his eyes. Humans didn't have the intention to harm the tiger, but the tiger would eat people's hearts. If these people didn't die, it would be his turn to be unlucky. However, he didn't make a move, and was waiting for an opportunity. He also took out the moon-shooting bow from his spatial ring, and calmed his mind. His mental power was highly concentrated, like a cheetah, looking for an opportunity to kill. Look, the profoundine fruit is about to ripen. A senior suddenly shouted. When the moon rose into the sky, it was also the most dazzling time. A silver beam of light descended from the sky, pouring into the profound fruit. Walala, a silver light appeared in the surroundings, rolling like the sea, and surging like the waves. The strange patterns on the profound fruit's surface burst out with a silver radiance, as if it had turned into a silver gem. A strange fragrance filled the surroundings, filling the entire valley. Those who smelled this fragrance immediately felt their spirits rise, as if their martial cultivation had improved by a lot. Bang bang bang! At this moment, the soil near the grey tree immediately exploded, and terrifying cracks appeared. Immediately, 40 to 50 corpse kings jumped out, and a terrifying evil aura erupted, sweeping a radius of several kilometers. Each of them had the strength of the peak of the ninth heaven of the martial warrior realm. They all pounced over in a frenzy, their eyes red, because this profound fruit was also an opportunity for them to break through, to advance to a higher realm, and even to break away from the shackles of the gloomy corpse mountain range. Damn, these corpse kings are actually hiding underground, no wonder we didn't discover them. Hurry up and make a move, otherwise these corpse kings will snatch the profound fruit. They are just a group of creatures that died long ago, and they dare to fight with the living for treasures? Kill them again. Seeing this situation, the faces of the group of senior students changed greatly. Don't be stingy, take out the geomagnetic thunder immediately, and blow up these corpse kings. Su Jianhua immediately shouted. He took out a black ball, pulled the fuse, and threw it over. The other senior students also did not hesitate, taking out their own geomagnetic thunder and throwing it over. Geomagnetic thunder. Xia Ping's pupils shrank. Before coming to the gloomy corpse mountain range, he had also looked up some of the school's methods to deal with undead creatures, and one of them was a bomb like the geomagnetic thunder. Once it was detonated, it would immediately burst out hundreds of lightning, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. Its power was infinite, and after thousands of shocks, even a corpse king would be blown to death. It could be said to be a powerful method to deal with undead creatures. But it was also very expensive. Such a geomagnetic thunder was worth 2,000 points, and ordinary students were not willing to exchange for it. Chapter 334. More than a dozen geomagnetic mines exploded at the same time. Thousands of lightning snakes appeared in the sky, winding in the dark night and emitting a terrifying aura as they bombarded the zombie kings. The zombie kings' eyes were filled with terror. They also felt that they were doomed, but facing such lightning power, they could not dodge at all, nor could they escape. Bang bang bang! The power of the lightning descended and smashed onto their heads. Screams rang out as their entire bodies were electrocuted into charcoal, turning into pieces. In just a few breaths, the 40 to 50 zombie kings that wanted to fight for the profound fruit were all killed. Not a single one was left. This was the terrifying power of human technology. Even if individual strength was not a match for these zombie kings, these bombs were enough to easily kill them. However, this method was too expensive. Normal people could not afford it. Hurry up and pick the profound fruit. These dozens of king corpses are just the vanguard. There will definitely be more king corpses that will be attracted over. At that time, we will be surrounded and we will die. Su Jianhua immediately shouted. The reason why they were willing to spend so many points to exchange for the geomagnetic thunder and instantly kill dozens of corpse kings was because they wanted to strike first and immediately snatch the profound fruit. When the time came, they would quickly escape and kill the corpse kings, catching them off guard and not able to snatch them in time. Now, it seemed that it was indeed effective. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hearing this, the 3 seniors closest to the center of the valley immediately rushed over. They were the fastest among the group of seniors, so they naturally shouldered the responsibility of obtaining the profound fruit. After all, they were fast and could escape quickly, so they would not be entangled by the other zombie kings. I got it. A hawk-nosed senior moved extremely quickly and plucked the profound fruit in an instant. Endless joy appeared on his face. Seeing this, Su Jianhua and the others were all overjoyed and relieved. In order to obtain the profound fruit, they had almost used up all their savings. If they still failed like this, it would be too tragic. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, 3 black arrows suddenly appeared in the air. They shot over like shooting lights, tearing through the air and almost breaking through the sound barrier. Their speed was unbelievably fast. No, no, no! Dodge, dodge! Su Jianhua's senses were the sharpest, and a feeling of extreme danger spread through his body. His hairs stood on end, and he immediately yelled out, hoping to warn his 3 companions. But it was already too late. The 3 seniors had no idea what was going on. When they heard the noise, they only turned their heads to take a look. Bang! In that instant, the 3 arrows pierced through the 3 seniors standing in the middle of the valley. Huge bloody holes appeared on their foreheads, and blood dripped down from them. After the 3 arrows pierced through their skulls, they continued to fly into the distance with unparalleled power. With a dong sound, they flew for several hundred meters and immediately blasted 3 large holes in the mountain wall behind them, sending rocks flying in all directions. As for the 3 seniors who had their heads pierced through, they didn't even know what had happened before they died. Their eyes were wide open, and their pupils were filled with confusion, helplessness, and a hint of fear. With a plop, their corpses fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Who was it? Who did it? Who's so daring to kill my people? Su Jianhua was instantly enraged. He was practically stamping his feet with rage, and his lungs were about to explode. Originally, their plan had been very successful. They would use the geomagnetic thunder to kill the group of corpse kings, then quickly snatch the profound Yin fruit and escape. Then, everyone would happily consume the profound Yin pill and advance to the martial master realm. But now, someone had suddenly appeared and killed 3 of his companions in an instant. One could imagine how furious he was right now. With a whoosh, Xia Ping also walked out from a large rock in the valley, appearing openly in front of these people. Xia Ping, the one who killed our people is Xia Ping. One of the seniors had very sharp eyes and immediately recognized the person who had suddenly appeared to be Xia Ping. His eyes were filled with shock. He had never thought that Xia Ping would actually appear in this place. One had to know that they were just joking before. They didn't think that it would be such a coincidence to run into Xia Ping. Even if it was really such a coincidence, with this brat's strength, he wouldn't be able to escape in time, so how could he appear in front of them? But now, he really appeared, and even killed 3 of them with one move. His ferocity was monstrous. No way, it's really Xia Ping. This little bastard dares to appear in front of us. This is the guy who dares to kill our people. Why is he here? How can he have the strength to kill our people? Seeing Xia Ping appear, a group of people was shocked. They immediately recognized Xia Ping's appearance. It was estimated that even if this brat turned into ashes, they would still be able to recognize him. Their memories were too deep. Some people couldn't believe their eyes because Xia Ping was only in the 5th heaven of the martial artist realm before. He was just an ant that was not worth mentioning. But now, he could actually kill an expert in the 9th heaven of the martial artist realm with one arrow. His strength was so strong that even they felt threatened. This joke was too big. Don't even think about escaping, because I'm here to kill you. Xia Ping looked at this group of people indifferently, his body exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Escape? You think we will escape? Suddenly, a senior was infuriated. He's just a freshman. Even if he is the top freshman, he is only at the 5th heaven of the martial warrior realm. He is as weak as a chicken. With such strength, he wants to scare us away. Don't be too arrogant. Although I don't know what means you used to kill our 3 companions, since you are here, don't think about leaving alive. This is not a school. No teacher can save you. We must settle accounts with him. He has caused us so much trouble before. The eyes of the senior students were filled with deep murderous aura. They stared at Xia Ping covetously. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. This was the situation now. And Su Jianhua couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Xia Ping! Su Jianhua's eyes were red and he roared, "You little bastard, how dare you appear here and kill my people? You are courting death. Do you know that you are courting death? No one in the world can save you." Boom! As soon as his voice fell, Su Jianhua immediately rushed forward. With a stomp of his feet, the ground cracked. His feet suddenly surged with a huge explosive force. The power of the ninth heaven of the martial warrior realm instantly broke out. The distance between him and Xia Ping was only more than 100 meters, but with such a full sprint, he arrived in front of Xia Ping in just a few breaths. He exuded an aura like that of a devil, ready to devour people. Fierce Wind Fist. Chapter 335. As expected of Brother Su, he's too strong. Seeing Su Jianhua attack in an instant, many seniors were secretly shocked and impressed. After not seeing him for a while, it seemed that Su Jianhua's fist technique had become even more terrifying and had reached the perfect realm. The punch was like the wail of ghosts and the howl of wolves. The power of the cold and the power of the sun mixed together and exploded instantly. Such a force was enough to tear the earth apart, like a flood bursting through a dam. Even if an expert of the same level faced such power, they would have to avoid it. If they couldn't avoid it in time, they would be killed with one punch, let alone a student who had just entered the school. Xia Ping was no match for him at all. A cold light flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. Feeling this power, he didn't dodge at all. He took a step forward and his energy shook. His left hand pinched a flower and his right hand struck out. A golden light erupted from his body and covered his whole body. He was like a Buddha. Vaguely, the sound of Buddha's chanting could be heard in the void, causing the air to shake. Buddha's palm. This palm strike instantly bombarded Su Jianhua's fist. What's going on? Su Jianhua originally thought that his punch would be enough to easily defeat Xia Ping and beat him up like a dog. However, after coming into contact with this palm, he actually felt a violent power that was even stronger than his own. It was as if he was being hit by an angry Vajra's palm. It was extremely fierce. This palm also contained a strong mental power. The golden light flooded over, causing all kinds of strange phenomena in his sea of consciousness. It was as if he was a demon that was about to be subdued. With a bang, he couldn't bear this kind of power and retreated more than 10 meters. His eyes were incomparably shocked. Impossible. How is this possible? Su Jianhua's heart collapsed. He simply couldn't believe it. Even his fist was numb. Aren't you a piece of trash in the fifth heaven? How did you become so strong in just a few days? Even your strength is above mine. Impossible. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? His eyes were filled with extreme shock. The fifth heaven? That was a few days ago. Now, killing you is like killing a dog to me. Xia Ping's palm was like a Vajra Buddha. His palm was covered in golden light and it was extremely heavy. It descended from the sky and crushed down. The surrounding air vibrated thousands of times and was pushed away like water, emitting ripples. The ground shook and sand and stones flew. It was a shocking scene. Boom! Su Jianhua was unable to block it at all. His fist was broken, and his entire body was unable to withstand this astonishing power. He was sent flying, and let out a miserable shriek like a pig being slaughtered. Kacha! Kacha! He slid horizontally across the ground, creating a 100-meter-long ravine. Finally, he smashed into a rock that weighed several hundred tons, creating a human-shaped hole before he finally stopped. With a pu sound, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. 3 or 4 of his ribs were broken, and he was seriously injured. Ah! Su Jianhua struggled, his face contorted as he shouted, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. He's just a little bastard, what medicine did he take to improve so quickly? Go! Kill him together. Kill him. He couldn't accept such a fact at all. He was also a third-year senior student of Yanhuang University, and he had only advanced to the Fighter Ninth Heaven Realm after 3 years of hard work. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Martial Master realm and becoming an elite student of Yanhuang University. In this way, he would be the best among the students, and he could finally stand out. However, this kid had only been at Yanhuang University for a few days, and his strength had actually surpassed him. With 2 palms, he was beaten like a dog. How could he accept such a thing? This Xia Ping is too terrifying. In just a few days, he has advanced from the 5th heaven realm to the 7th heaven realm and opened 7 acupoints. This kind of thing is unheard of. He is already so powerful now. In the future, he will be promoted to the Martial Master realm and become an elite student of Yanhuang University. That's a sure thing. In the future, we can only look up to him, and we are not even worthy to carry his shoes. Moreover, we have offended him and formed a death feud. If he is strong and becomes an elite student, it will be too easy for him to kill us. With just a word, we will have to die. This kid must die. We must not let him continue to grow. A group of senior students looked ferocious. They looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other. A few days ago, he was just an ant that they could kill at will and they did not take him seriously at all. However, a few days later, he actually grew to the existence of an existence that could kill them at will. This aptitude was terrible, which made them frightened and filled them with killing intent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, 2 or 3 senior students rushed out immediately. They were proficient in the 3 talents fighting technique and cooperated with each other. Some were proficient in fist techniques, some were proficient in palm techniques, and some were proficient in leg techniques. It could be said that when the 3 of them joined forces, it was not as simple as 1 plus 1. The combat power that erupted was extremely terrifying, and they could deal with 5 or 6 experts of the 9th heaven realm at the same time. Violent true chi gushed out of their bodies. Like jackals, they were extremely fast. They split into 3 different directions and pounced. Even if Xia Ping had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could at most resist 2 of them. As long as one could get close to Xia Ping, they could seriously injure this kid and smash his internal organs. The so-called 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. Stupid. Xia Ping's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. His mental strength spread out, and the whole heaven and earth with his body as the center formed a huge circle, covering the surroundings. He could perceive everything around him clearly. He stood on 1 foot and stretched out a finger. His clothes fluttered without wind, and a faint shadow of a white crane appeared behind him. A piercingly cold sword essence gushed out. The 8th style of the Wanshou fist, White Crane Slash. This was a move that was even more terrifying than the giant elephant axe. It was the move that the Wanshou immortal imitated the peerless sword god White Crane Demon King. It contained a trace of supreme sword truth. When this move was used, everything in the world could be used as a sword. It was indestructible. When cultivated to the extreme, a finger could be used to shoot down stars and tear the sky from thousands of miles away. In an instant, dozens of transparent sword chi immediately appeared in the air. When each sword chi blasted out, it seemed to have a Dao trajectory. It was extremely fast and broke through the sound barrier. These sword chi exploded around Xia Ping's body and blasted out in all directions. Oh no! The 3 seniors were shocked. They had goosebumps. They did not expect Xia Ping to have such a terrifying fist technique. This was more than 10 times more terrifying than ordinary sword truth cultivation method. This was a pure killing method. However, it was too late for them to dodge. The speed of these sword chi was too fast, and they were only a few meters away from Xia Ping. With such a fast speed and such a short distance, how could they dodge? Bang! Bang! In the next second, their chests, heads, and limbs were immediately pierced by the terrible sword chi. Immediately, dozens of bloody holes appeared, and blood flowed out. Chapter 336. No, no, no. Su Jianhua and others were dumbfounded. 3 more companions died tragically in the hands of Xia Ping. They felt as if their hearts were being squeezed by the big hand of the devil, and they could hardly breathe. It should be known that these 3 seniors were also first-class masters among them. They were very likely to be promoted to the martial master realm, but now they were also dead. They were killed by Xia Ping in one move and could not even get close to this kid. Son of a bitch, go to hell. You killed our people, I want your life. Go to hell, such a beast can't live in this world. At this moment, 3 more seniors rushed up, some holding spears, some holding broadswords, and some holding long swords. All of them were masters who were proficient in all kinds of weapons. Someone stabbed at Xia Ping's head with a spear, and a cold light flashed in the night. The tip of the spear contained a penetrating force that could destroy anything. Even titanium alloy would be easily pierced by this spear. Someone slashed at Xia Ping's back with a knife from midair. It was powerful and heavy, as if it was going to split Mount Hua with a knife. It had the momentum of a tiger, roaring in the void, and even the earth seemed to be shaken by this knife. Someone slashed at Xia Ping's chest with a sword. It was extremely fast, like a small silver snake. The angle was tricky, and it was extremely ruthless. It exuded a terrible evil spirit that made people's hearts cold. This kid is dead. Su Jianhua sneered, his eyes vicious like a poisonous snake. The others also nodded, thinking that there was no accident. Because the 3 people seized the opportunity when Xia Ping killed the others with one move and instantly launched a sneak attack, wanting to end Xia Ping's life. It had to be said that the timing was really good. At this time, Xia Ping had just killed 3 seniors with one move. He must have consumed a lot of true qi. At this time, the old force had just been used up, and the new force had not been generated. In the face of the fierce attacks of the 3 people, how could this guy resist? There was no way to resist. Although 3 seniors in the 9th heaven of the martial artist realm sneak attacked a freshman at the same time, this kind of behavior was more or less despicable, but in order to kill this kid, despicable was nothing. Anyway, they were all enemies, and there was a great hatred between them. It was impossible for them to show mercy. Bang bang bang. Unsurprisingly, the 3 seniors' spears, blades and swords all struck Xia Ping's body fiercely. The resulting shockwave sent up a cloud of dust. With Xia Ping's body as the center, he was bombarded by a huge force. Immediately, a huge pit appeared, and cracks that looked like spider webs appeared. Die! Su Jianhua's eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. This brat was finally dead. He had killed 2 of his cousins, and even 5 or 6 of his companions had been killed by this brat. He did not know how angry he was in his heart. However, when he thought about how such a genius that would become a monstrous genius at the king realm in the future had finally perished at his hands, he couldn't help but feel a trace of satisfaction in his heart. He felt that he'd killed a king realm expert, and it was an honor that countless people didn't possess. Impossible! But when the smoke and dust dispersed, Su Jianhua and the others were all stunned. They saw that Xia Ping was still standing in the same place, alive. His head, chest, and back were not pierced. The broadsword, spear, and sword were all blocked by layers of thin innate qi shields. No matter how hard the 3 seniors tried, even if they used all their strength and their faces were flushed red, they couldn't break through this layer of defense. When these people attacked, Xia Ping immediately activated Dark North Body Protection Technique. His body was covered with a layer of innate qi defense, like a stream of water, constantly weakening the attack power of these 3 people. No matter how powerful these people's attacks were, they couldn't penetrate his defense. What kind of body protection technique is this? How can it be so strong that even weapons can't penetrate it? Su Jianhua and the others simply couldn't believe it. This kind of body protection technique probably couldn't even be done by a king-level technique. I'm afraid this is a technique even more terrifying than a king-level technique. But what kind of technique is it? They can't imagine, because this is already beyond their imagination. Kill! Xia Ping was not interested in explaining this to them. With a roar, the sound wave vibrated, and the word kill turned into a syllable, condensed into substance, containing terrifying mental power. Heavenly Dragon 8 Music. This kind of sound wave is terrifying to the extreme. Promoted to the seventh heaven of the warrior realm, Xia Ping not only greatly increased the innate qi in his body, but even his mental power has increased a lot. The power of Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds is simply exponential. With a roar, even metal will be shattered, and the air will condense into substance, turning into waves. And these three seniors just attacked Xia Ping's body. There was no chance to dodge, and they were hit by this move. Bang bang bang. They let out miserable screams, their internal organs, hearts, and heads were all shaken into powder, and blood flowed out of their eyes, noses, mouths, and other places. Even the long spear, broadsword, long sword, and other weapons in their hands were shaken into pieces of scrap iron, falling to the ground with a clatter, splashing dust on the ground. With a plop, the three of them fell to the ground one by one, already dead. Silence. The scene was silent. Seeing this scene, Su Jianhua and the other 5 seniors who were still alive were speechless. It was clearly a sneak attack by 3 experts of the 9th heaven of the warrior realm, but they couldn't kill this kid, and instead were killed by Xia Ping. Such a scene was too shocking, and they were so scared that they couldn't say anything. Have you thought about how to die? Xia Ping looked at Su Jianhua and the others indifferently. He would not let any of the people present go, and he had to kill all of them. Otherwise, if they escaped back to Yanhuang University, it would be big trouble. Run quickly, this kid is simply a monster. Damn it, this time we kicked an iron plate. Go back, let's go back now. I also know a lot of elite students, martial master realm experts. Find a few seniors, I don't believe that they can't deal with him, and then we can avenge our dead companions. Don't talk nonsense, run quickly. Seeing Xia Ping's condensed gaze, Su Jianhua and the others trembled all over. Seeing that Xia Ping killed most of their companions in a few breaths, they could no longer be arrogant. Instead, they were scared half to death, and they no longer had the courage to fight. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Su Jianhua rushed over, picked up the mysterious yin fruit and ran, and the others also quickly fled, displaying their extreme speed. Escape? Xia Ping clenched his fists, and a trace of joy welled up in his heart. Thinking about how arrogant they were in Yanhuang University, in public, they attacked as they pleased, bullied others, and did not put anyone in their eyes, but now they were fleeing like stray dogs. They didn't even have the courage to fight him. As the saying goes, the river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Chapter 337. Xia Ping stood in the same place and drew the bow. His mental strength penetrated into the moon-shooting bow and integrated into it. When he advanced to the 7th heaven of the martial artist realm and reached the advanced martial artist realm, his mental strength had greatly increased. When he integrated his mental strength into the bow again, he could feel the profoundness of the bow. There were traces of unique lines and ancient inscriptions on the bow. It seemed to contain a mysterious power. It was because of this mysterious power that this bow was extraordinary and terrifying. Buzz Xia Ping infused all the qi in his body into the bow. The qi in the 7 acupoints circulated and the entire bow trembled, emitting waves of silver light like the moonlight. Swish! 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 In an instant, he shot out 4 arrows in succession. They tore through the air like silver light and shot towards the 4 seniors in front of him with terrifying power. Booms separated by 200 to 300 meters, the 4 seniors thought that they could escape from Xia Ping's attack range and escape with their lives. However, they suddenly heard a slight sound of something tearing through the air. In the next second, with a poochie sound, an arrow pierced through their throats. Blood dripped out. 4 arrows pierced through their throats and flew for a kilometer before finally being nailed to the mountain wall, causing gravel to fly everywhere. The 4 seniors covered their throats that were bleeding and their eyes were filled with endless horror. They wanted to say something but couldn't because their necks were already leaking air. With a plop, they fell to the ground. Their eyes were wide open, revealing expressions of unwillingness, regret, and fear. They regretted so much that their intestines turned green. If they had known that Xiaoping was so terrifying, they would never have come to provoke him. However, it was all too late. Damn it, damn it! When Su Jianhua saw that the remaining 4 of his companions had been killed by Xiaoping, he immediately felt a chill in his body and rushed to the top of his head. He also regretted that he had actually provoked such a fierce god. But now, he didn't dare to stay at all. He desperately tried to escape from the valley. You should die too. Xiaoping's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He drew the bow and nocked an arrow, wanting to shoot Su Jianhua to death. Su Jianhua immediately felt as if there was a primordial fierce beast staring at his back. No matter how he ran, he couldn't escape. Rumble at that moment, the ground outside the valley began to shake, and a large amount of gray mist surged out. The ground immediately froze, and a layer of white frost appeared. The temperature of the entire valley dropped by dozens of degrees. Then, terrifying king corpses rushed over. There were at least a few hundred of them. Each king corpses had the strength of the 9th heaven of the martial artist realm. In an instant, they surrounded the entire valley. There's hope, there's finally hope. Su Jianhua was immediately overjoyed. He knew that these corpse kings must have been attracted by the fragrance of the profoundine fruit. If it was before, he felt that these corpse kings would be a huge problem. But now, with these corpse kings blocking Xiaoping, he had a chance to escape. Willow leaf steps. Su Jianhua immediately charged towards the corpse kings. His entire body was like a willow leaf, fluttering in the wind. Even though the corpse kings were right in front of him, they couldn't hurt him at all. Whenever the corpse king's palm came, his body would dodge like a willow leaf. In just a few breaths of time, he had already run over 100 meters, weaving through the bodies of these corpse kings to escape. I can't aim. Xiaoping frowned. With these corpse kings blocking here, he couldn't lock on to Su Jianhua at all. He could only watch as Su Jianhua escaped. There's no other way. Seeing this scene, Su Jianhua was immediately overjoyed. His mood was extremely comfortable. With these corpse kings blocking, his opponent's terrifying archery skills couldn't be displayed. Although Xiaoping had killed all his companions this time, as long as he was still alive, he would definitely be able to take revenge. He wasn't even the slightest bit sad. Instead, he was a little secretly happy. The people around him were all dead, so this profoundine fruit would be monopolized by him. This was a huge benefit. Perhaps from this point of view, he had to be grateful to Xiaoping for killing those people around him. This way, he wouldn't need to share a portion of this profoundine fruit with others and could monopolize all the benefits. Don't worry, I will definitely help you take revenge. Su Jianhua clenched his fist, his eyes revealing a cold gleam. Once I advance to the martial master realm, I will immediately think of a way to kill this despicable Xiaoping and take his head as a sacrifice to your souls in heaven. He used the willow leaf steps to the extreme, skillfully passing through these corpse kings' bodies. No matter how the corpse kings attacked, they couldn't harm him at all. Don't even think of running. Xiaoping definitely wouldn't let Su Jianhua escape. If such a person escaped, who knew how much trouble it would bring? As the main culprit, Su Jianhua would definitely die. Bang! He put away the moon-shooting bow and stomped on the ground. In an instant, his feet created 2 huge deep pits. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground, extending for several kilometers. With a boom, Xiaoping's feet produced a huge explosive force. He flew out like a kunpeng. 2 wings seemed to have grown on his back as he rode on the air currents to advance. In just an instant, he covered a distance of several hundred meters in an instant. How is this possible? Feeling the ground tremble, Su Jianhua couldn't help but look back. He was shocked to find that Xiaoping had covered a distance of several hundred meters in an instant and was directly tens of meters away from him. A large number of corpse kings on the ground felt this aura of life. All of them let out roars, and a deathly aura soared into the sky. Even the soil was dyed black, as if they had been deeply cursed. If ordinary people were to be attacked by this aura in this place, they would immediately be turned into zombies. Unmovable Buddha's palm. The swastika symbol seemed to flash in Xiaoping's eyes. His whole body was wrapped in golden true qi. Like a Buddha, he stretched out his palm and descended from the sky, slapping towards the ground. When the palm blasted out, it immediately formed a huge golden palm. The golden color exploded, and the sound of countless Buddhas chanting rang out in the void. It was solemn, sacred, and vast, like the Buddha of the past. Awe! These corpse kings all let out miserable screams, more miserable than pigs being slaughtered. Feeling the boundless Buddha's light, they felt as if they had been attacked by acid, and a large amount of white fog came out of their bodies. Dong! The palm slapped the ground fiercely. It was like the morning bell and evening drum, sweeping away all the haze. Hundreds of corpse kings immediately turned into ashes and were smashed into powder. The ground produced a terrifying tremor, and a rumbling sound was heard. Chapter 338. Is this guy a monster? Su Jianhua's eyes almost popped out. He was only at the seventh heaven of the martial warrior realm, but he was so terrifying. Even if he cultivated a cultivation method that could restrain dead creatures, he was not this powerful. With one palm, hundreds of king corpses were turned into ashes. It was too exaggerated. It was no wonder that the Su family's elders ordered him to kill Xiaoping at all costs. If such a person grew up, he would definitely be able to flatten the entire Su family. After going back, I must inform Big Brother immediately. Such a person cannot be left alive. I must eliminate him at all costs. Otherwise, the Su family will be in danger. Su Jianhua was determined. But in the next second, he was stunned because Xiaoping had already rushed over and appeared in front of him. A huge aura surged out and pressed down fiercely. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He was so scared that he could not move. The surrounding king corpses were all afraid of the Buddhist light and fled. Their fear of death far exceeded their greed for the mysterious Yin fruit. They did not dare to stay in this dangerous place. Wait! Su Jianhua knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately. Master Xia, spare me, spare my life. I was wrong. This time, I was really wrong. I should not have done such a thing. I should not have attacked you. If you spare my life, Su Jianhua can be your dog for the rest of my life. He kept kowtowing until blood flowed from his forehead, but he did not care at all. He was a dignified student of Yanhuang University, an expert at the ninth heaven of the martial warrior realm. He was only one step away from the martial master realm and becoming an elite student. Such a person, if returned to Earth, would be a general existence with authority. Even in a place like the Cloud Realm, he was an expert that could not be underestimated. Such a person could be called a proud son of heaven. But now, in order to live, he kowtowed to Xiaoping and wanted to be his dog. Xiaoping didn't say anything. He looked down at him from above, looking at him indifferently. Oh yes, you have offended my Su family and caused great trouble. If you have a spy like me in the Su family, you may be able to obtain a lot of information and be in an invincible position. You can even reconcile with the Su family through me. This is beneficial to both of us. If you want my treasures, I can give them to you. I can give them all to you. Su Jianhua continuously kowtowed and listed out many benefits, hoping that Xiaoping would spare his life. Suddenly, Su Jianhua, who was still kowtowing, revealed a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes. He instantly took out a sharp dagger and pounced forward like a jackal. He had calculated everything. Kowtowing and begging for mercy were just tricks. His real purpose was to use this kind of behavior to numb Xiaoping's nerves and make him relax a little. In his opinion, young geniuses like him were usually arrogant and conceited. No matter how cautious he was when he begged for mercy, there would always be a trace of hesitation in his heart. As long as there was a trace of hesitation, there would be an opportunity. He could take advantage of this gap to attack ruthlessly. With his strength of the ninth heaven of the martial artist realm, the success rate of assassination was almost 100% at such a close distance. As long as he killed Xia Ping, he would be able to live. This was a sure kill attack. There was no hesitation. If Xia Ping didn't die, then Su Jianhua would die. Stupid. There was no fluctuation in Xia Ping's eyes. Under his spiritual force, Su Jianhua's movements could not be hidden. No small movements could be hidden from his perception. He knew what he wanted to do. Even if he didn't know, it didn't matter. With his northern dark body protection technique, the strength was not too strong. It couldn't penetrate his true qi layer. No matter how Su Jianhua attacked, he couldn't kill him. However, Su Jianhua didn't know this, which was doomed to his defeat. With a bang, he made a move in vain. A big hand slapped down from the air, like lightning, and the majestic true qi crushed down and enveloped Su Jianhua's body. Boom! Before Su Jianhua could pierce his heart with the dagger, his big hand slapped on the top of Su Jianhua's head. With a crack, the skull was broken and the 7 orifices were bleeding. This. Su Jianhua's eyes widened, and his pupils quickly showed the color of defeat. With a puff, he was slapped to the ground and died on the spot. Su Jianhua, dead. And the seeking bird was immediately scared and flapped its wings and fled quickly, but Xia Ping did not chase it. Anyway, it was just a bird and he didn't pay much attention to it. 10 minutes later, Xia Ping threw the corpses of Su Jianhua and the others into the valley. There would be countless zombies there, and it was estimated that they would soon be devoured completely, not even bones would be left. And the things on their bodies were also plundered by Xia Ping, and the profound Yin fruit was naturally in his hands. TSK, there are still geomagnetic mines on you. As expected of a senior student, he is really rich. Xia Ping found 7 or 8 geomagnetic mines from these people. If he wanted to exchange these geomagnetic mines in the school, he would need at least 7 or 8,000 points, but now they all belong to him. Fortunately, he had killed all the senior students who had geomagnetic mines from the very beginning, and they had not had the chance to use them at all. Otherwise, if these geomagnetic mines had exploded, even he would have had a headache. This was like a trump card. Not only is it extremely lethal to the undead creatures, it is also the same for humans. I also found a lot of high-level Yin Qi beads. Xia Ping also found a large number of high-level Yin Qi beads from more than a dozen senior students, adding up to at least 200 or 300 beads, worth 15,000 points. It is estimated that these are their gains in the Yin Corpse mountain range. However, the biggest harvest was still a mysterious Yin fruit. If I take this profound Yin fruit back and ask the school teacher to help me refine it, I can get at least 3 profound Yin pills, so I can quickly advance to the 9th heaven of the martial warrior realm. Xia Ping knew that Yanhuang University also has a similar service. As long as you pay enough points and take out the main medicine, you can ask a teacher who is proficient in alchemy to help, and the alchemy teacher will also prepare the auxiliary medicine and so on. After all, it is really too wasteful to just take the profound Yin fruit. I didn't expect to get such a big harvest this time. I am really rich. Xia Ping is very satisfied. Just these Yin Qi beads alone can be taken out to get a lot of points in the school. Is someone coming? Xia Ping's eyes flashed. He seems to sense the sound of someone appearing nearby. He does not want to come into contact with anyone in this place. In case of any accidents, he immediately left. 3 days later, in a cave in the Yin Corpse mountain range. Xia Ping continued to cultivate in this place for 3 days, absorbing the energy of the high-level Yin Qi beads, constantly stabilizing his martial arts cultivation, and strengthening the true Qi in his body. After absorbing the energy of 200 or 300 high-level Yin Qi beads, he finally reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the martial warrior realm. It is time to go back. Chapter 339. Unfortunately, the high-level Yin Qi bead's energy is no longer of any use to me. Xia Ping left the cave, as if he was flying, and ran out of the Yin Corpse mountain range. His whole body was surging with true qi, and like a super sports car, he was rampaging. Any zombie that dared to block him would be smashed into pieces. After a few days of cultivation, he constantly absorbed the energy of the high-level Yin Qi bead, transforming it into qi and tempering his body. He finally raised his cultivation to the peak of the seventh sky of the warrior realm. However, because he absorbed too much Yin Qi bead energy, his body developed a resistance to Yin Qi bead. No matter how much he absorbed, the high-level Yin Qi bead could not increase his qi. Fine, I'll give the rest of the high-level Yin Qi bead to the school and exchange them for points. In these 2 or 3 days, Xia Ping did not just cultivate. He also went around hunting corpse kings, entering the corpse king graveyard and plundering treasures. In the end, after a few days, he also obtained a large number of Yin Qi beads. There were high-level, middle-level and low-level Yin Qi beads. Adding them all up, he obtained a total of 50,000 points. Finally left. After running for more than an hour, Xia Ping finally left the Yin Corpse mountain range. Feeling the fresh air of the outside world, as well as the bright sunshine and vitality, he immediately felt incomparably comfortable. This kind of place was where humans should stay. In a space like the Yin Corpse mountain range, the Yin Qi was too heavy and lifeless. It was simply not a place for humans to stay. Beep beep. Suddenly, the smart watch on Xia Ping's hand rang. Someone was contacting him. He immediately opened it and the figure of a person appeared. It was Feng Hetang. Big brother, have you left the Yin Corpse mountain range? We have already returned to the Yin Corpse city. Feng Hetang asked. In the past few days, they had used the communication device to contact each other. They had agreed to return to Yanhuang University in a few days and now it was time. Xia Ping nodded, I have already left. You guys wait for me at the airport. With a snap, he hung up the communication device. 10 minutes later, he returned to the Yin Corpse city. He immediately saw Jiang Yaru, Chu Rong, Nangong Wu and Feng Hetang waiting for him at the airport entrance. After a few days of training in the Yin Corpse mountain range, although Jiang Yaru and the others' qi cultivation did not increase, they were still at the third sky of the warrior realm. However, their essence, energy and spirit had greatly changed. If they were like flowers in a greenhouse before, then they now had a trace of the embryonic form of elite warriors, emitting a fearsome aura. What do you think? How's the harvest these days? Xia Ping asked curiously. Jiang Yaru faintly smiled, not too bad. After killing several hundred zombies, I also obtained 400 to 500 low-grade Yin energy beads. When I return to school, I should be able to exchange them for 400 to 500 points, which can be exchanged for some medicinal pills to aid my cultivation. For them, it was already a good harvest to be able to obtain hundreds of low-level Yin Qi beads. After all, they were only at the third heaven of the martial artist realm. If they wanted to deal with a monster at the level of the Zombie King, they did not know how far it was. For ordinary martial artists that entered the Evil Corpse mountain range, being able to preserve their lives was already not bad. Wanting to have a great harvest was also very difficult. Big brother, where are Su Jianhua and the others? Did they come looking for trouble with you? Feng Hetang asked in a low voice. Jiang Yaru and the others also looked at Xia Ping, very concerned about this point. I didn't see them. Maybe they were killed by some corpse king. Xia Ping said lightly. He did not intend to tell Feng Hetang and the others that he had killed Su Jianhua and the others. After all, the death of a group of Yanhuang University students was a big matter in the outside world. It would definitely be strictly investigated. This matter could not be leaked at all. If one more person knew, it would increase the risk of it being leaked. Moreover, Jiang Yaru and the others knowing about this matter was useless. Instead, it would only add to their worries. If that's the case, then that's great. Jiang Yaru and the others immediately felt relieved. Once they returned to Yanhuang University, no matter how fierce Su Jianhua and the others were, they would not dare to make a move in the university. They would also be safe. Let's go back. Xia Ping waved his hand. They immediately entered the airport and boarded his private flying ship, the Radiant God, and then flew towards Yanhuang University. After a few hours, they finally arrived at Yanhuang University. Xia Ping, you're finally back. When Xia Ping and the others left Yanhuang University's airport, suddenly a delicate shout came out. It was like a thunderclap, causing the surrounding people to be shocked. Outside the airport, there appeared 20 beautiful women. Each of their beautiful eyes were filled with anger. They stared at Xia Ping, who was walking towards them, as if they wanted to eat him alive. And the leader of this group of women was Su Ji. In order to find Xia Ping's whereabouts, they constantly sent people to monitor In Corp's city. The result was very smooth. After they received the news that Xia Ping had returned to Yanhuang University, they immediately rushed to the airport and blocked Xia Ping's way. Su Ji? Isn't this the so-called #1 beauty among the freshmen, Su Ji? That's her. It's said that she was very famous during high school and became a campus idol. God knows how many men pursued her. She was ranked #1 on the list of beauties that she most wanted to date. Moreover, the number of votes she received was many times higher than the #1. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also very strong. She was ranked #2 in the freshman ranking competition. Now, she has even advanced to the 8th level of the fighter realm and will become a king realm expert in the future. But why does she look so angry right now? It seems like she has a belly full of fire. Could it be that she was abandoned by a man? Bullshit, who would abandon such a beauty? Is that man blind? Holy shit, I know that man. He's Xia Ping, the #1 newcomer in this year's freshman ranking competition, the fake Xia Ping. Fake Xia Ping. How does this guy know Su Ji? According to my brain that has an IQ of 300, there must be something fishy going on. Seeing this scene, the surrounding students were all discussing it. They all looked at this scene with incomparable curiosity. Some people even began to take photos and upload them to the internet. Big brother, when did you have an affair with Su Ji? Your efficiency in picking up girls is too high. Feng Hetong was dumbstruck. Jiang Yaru and the others were also speechless. They didn't know when Xia Ping and Su Ji got involved. Xia Ping. Su Ji walked up and stared at Xia Ping. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. Do you think you can run away? The monk can run but the temple can't. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. Her tone was resolute and decisive. Yes, don't even think about running. You've already done such a shameless thing. Do you think this kind of thing can be let go? If you don't give us an explanation, we won't let you off. The group of girls glared at Xia Ping. They had never suffered such a big loss in their lives. If they didn't punish this perverted thief, they would have suffered for nothing. Chapter 340. Shameless thing. What kind of shameless thing is that? Really stupid, you still can't figure it out? How did you get into Yanhuang University? That's right, looking at their angry faces, it's 100% because this Xia Ping did something wrong to them. Maybe he got in the car and ran away without paying. Bastard, this Xia Ping is definitely a bastard. So many women have been taken by him, is he still human? Doesn't that mean Su Ji also fell into this kid's evil hands? Is there still justice in this world? How did he do it? How did he do it? He definitely drugged them, otherwise how could these women agree? Xia Ping, bastard, I swear I will kill him. He actually dares to blaspheme my goddess, he wants to die, the entire Yanhuang University can't tolerate him. The surrounding students were all wailing, each and every one of them were glaring at Xia Ping, they simply couldn't suppress the anger in their hearts. Thinking that even their goddess Su Ji was eaten clean by this bastard, they wanted to go crazy, this kind of thing was really hard to accept. Jiang Yaru and the others were stunned, they were very clear of Xia Ping's character, he is not a man who would do such a thing, but what's with these women's anger? I didn't expect you to be so persistent, it's just a small matter, why are you so persistent? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows, faintly looking at Su Ji and the others. He could see with a glance that this group of women did not have good intentions. It must be known that for women, being peeped on is a shameful thing. Ordinary people are not willing to make it public. If they want to deal with it, they will deal with it in a low-key way, secretly. But they are so high-profile, blocking his way in front of so many people. No matter how you look at it, these women's motive is actually not simple. Small matter. Hearing this, Su Ji was so angry that she laughed. For you, it's a small matter, but for us, it's a big matter. Don't think you can easily get away with it. The other women also stared at Xia Ping. Being seen by another man, this kind of thing, for these virgin girls, is simply a disgrace. They can't just let it go like this. Alright, I was indeed in the wrong on this matter. Xia Ping rolled his eyes and put forward his own suggestion. Say, how much money do you want? If you can solve it with money, then it can't be better. Don't bother me in the future. He had a look of wealth on his face. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people instantly went into an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Shameless. He has committed such a heinous crime, and this bastard still wants to solve it with money? Absurd to the extreme. Does this bastard think that everything in this world can be solved with money? You're looking down on me. Although money is very useful, it is not omnipotent. You have harmed so many innocent women. You want to use money to shut these women's mouths. How could you do such a thing? I've long heard that this trash Xia Ping's family is very rich. He bribed the school's leader and went through the back door to become the new student's #1. He even bought a private spaceship. For this kid, money is simply a number, it's nothing. But I didn't expect this bastard's arrogance to be beyond our imagination. He wants to use money to settle it. This bastard is probably used to bullying men and taking women. He thinks that any woman can be settled with money. That's why he said such words. It's easy to imagine how bad this kid's character is. He's definitely a playboy. If placed in ancient times, he would be the last king of a generation, an incapable ruler, a prodigal son who buried the dynasty. The surrounding students all cursed and angrily glared at Xia Ping. Even if you beat them to death, they never thought that this Xia Ping was actually such a person. He's too hateful, too arrogant. You! Su Ji angrily glared at Xia Ping. She never thought that Xia Ping would say such words. Thinking about who she is the direct descendant of a dignified king's family, the new student's second strongest, a peerless beauty of her generation. As long as she casually beckons with her finger, a bunch of people will give her money. She doesn't even need to return it. When it comes to assets, Su Ji, has never been afraid of anyone. But this bastard is extremely arrogant. He actually wants to use money to settle this matter. It's like a street beggar throwing money at Jack Ma's face. He's looking down on people too much. Does he think I, Su Ji, am a beggar? You guys came to the airport to block me and mobilized a large number of people. Isn't it nothing more than money? Xia Ping revealed a rich and overbearing look and said, Xia Ping may not have much, but I have a lot of money. How much do you want? Just say the number and I'll immediately transfer the money. The efficiency is good. Of course, the amount of money can't be too excessive. After all, a person must know when to stop and when to stop. This is the common sense of society. I hope you understand. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at these women. I'm so angry. This man is so infuriating. In my life, this is the first time I see a man who wants to beat him up. Scumbag to the extreme, shameless to the extreme. How can such a man live peacefully until now? Strike him to death. Why doesn't God send down a thunderbolt to strike him to death? Who do you think we are? Women who can do anything for money. He said to stop before going too far. This bastard is not only shameless but also stingy. If we really offer a high price, maybe you won't admit it. Instead, he will slander us for being greedy and taking advantage of everything. Everyone, don't stop me. If I don't cripple this bastard today, my future husband will be a naked man for the rest of his life. Hearing Xia Ping's words, the other women were angered half to death. Their lungs were almost about to explode. Their faces turned red. Although they have their own calculations, they didn't expect Xia Ping to say such words. One must know that although their family can't be compared to Su Ji's king's family, they can also be regarded as an aristocratic family. Their assets are more than 100 billion. If they want money, they can go to the bank. From childhood to adulthood, they have never been troubled by money. But this shameless Xia Ping actually treated them as money-hungry shrews. They came to the airport to cause trouble for money. He looked down on them too much. Jiang Yaru, Nangong Wu, and Chu Rong's mouth twitched. Although they knew in their hearts that Xia Ping was definitely acting, hearing these words, they also wanted to hammer him. It was too infuriating. Of course, what I mean is not that money can solve all the problems. Xia Ping said with a smile, but if money can solve this problem, then it couldn't be better. It's good for everyone. Shut up. Su Ji couldn't take it anymore. Her face turned red with anger. Her beauty was moving, and her figure was enchanting. Chapter 341. Seeing Su Ji's action, Xia Ping's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. He stepped out and struck a palm in the air. Bang! A huge force bombarded the palm. The two collided with each other, and the ground was immediately blasted into a huge hole. Gravel splashed everywhere, and a crack appeared. What? Su Ji was surprised. She felt that her fist seemed to have no effect on Xia Ping. When she resisted the other's palm, her strength was constantly weakened, as if she was hitting cotton. She couldn't even make this kid take half a step back. This guy has become stronger. Su Ji immediately felt that Xia Ping's aura was completely different from last time. It seemed to have become more powerful. Even if she was a level higher than him, she had no chance of winning. Is that enough? Xia Ping looked at Su Ji with a smile and said, if you want to use your fist to solve the problem, I will accompany you to the end. You! Su Ji took a deep look at Xia Ping. She was very unwilling, but she also knew that continuing like this would not give her any advantage. She coldly snorted, this time you are lucky, but don't think that you can continue to be proud. After dropping this sentence, she turned and left. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Seeing this, the other girls also angrily stared at Xia Ping. All of them were very unwilling, but seeing that Su Ji had left, they also had to leave. It can't be, after making such a big fuss, it's over. How is this possible? I think this matter will be solved privately. But it's really incredible that the fake Xia Ping actually tarnished the #1 beauty Su Ji. This matter will definitely shake the entire Yanhuang University. I don't know how many people will go crazy. It has already been shaken. Now the internet is full of scolding. Those Su Ji fans all said that they must find Xia Ping to settle the account. They won't stop until the fake Xia Ping is beaten into a pig's head. It is said that the real #1 expert among the freshmen, Xiao Yishuan, is also Su Ji's pursuer. If he knows about this, he won't go crazy, right? Hee, in short, this kid will definitely not have a good end. It is estimated that he will become a mouse that everyone in Yanhuang University wants to beat. I don't know how long he can stay in Yanhuang University. The surrounding students discussed animatedly. They all looked at Xia Ping with schadenfreude, thinking that this kid had angered the public. They reckoned that he wouldn't be able to stay in Yanhuang University for long and would definitely be punished miserably. Let's go to the academic affairs office. Xia Ping couldn't be bothered to care about what the others thought. He immediately left. Jiang Yaru and the others also nodded and followed along. Because the administration office was the place responsible for handing over missions, they had obtained a lot of energy beads and needed to go to the administration office to exchange them for points. At this time, in a luxurious villa in Yanhuang University, Su Ji's residence. At this time, a group of women returned from the airport, but now, all of them were angry. That bastard called Xiaoping is too hateful. That's right, that's right. I've never seen such a despicable scumbag before. He actually wanted to bribe us with money and shut our mouths. He's simply crazy about this. Who does that bastard think we are? He thinks that we'll forget this matter just by casually throwing a few dollars at us. What a joke, he's too self-righteous. Sure enough, he's a country bumpkin from Yanhuang planet. He's used to being arrogant and despotic in Yanhuang planet. He thinks that in the cloud world, it will be like his family's territory, where he can do whatever he wants. If we don't teach that bastard a lesson, we won't be able to vent our anger at all. One by one, the girls grimaced and their beautiful eyes spewed fire. They were choked with anger by Xiaoping's words. It was estimated that they had never been so angry in their lives. It was simply unheard of, unseen. When ordinary men saw them, which one of them didn't come forward to curry favor, flatter, and be careful, for fear that they would be unhappy. But that kid was different. He wanted to use money to knock them unconscious. He was extremely domineering. Who did he think they were? Nightingales from the filthy land? Someone who could get on the bus just by paying money? It doesn't matter. After today's incident, that kid will definitely not have a good time. A girl wearing black-rimmed glasses said in a deep voice. Her glasses flashed with a strange light. Indeed. A tall girl also nodded. Before, some of the men who dared to approach Sister Su were beaten half to death by a group of suitors. I don't know how miserable they were. Now that there's such a big scandal, it's estimated that this Xiaoping will be torn apart by those angry suitors. She had seen this kind of thing countless times. Some boys tried to pursue Su Ji, but before they could say a few words, they were caught by a group of fans, dragged to a remote alley, and beaten until they were beyond recognition. Even their mothers couldn't recognize them. Just a few words were already so serious. Now that there's such a big scandal, how could Xiaoping get any better? It was estimated that it would be difficult for him to stay in Yanhuang University. In fact, they deliberately stopped Xiaoping at the airport in order to expose this matter and let Su Ji's suitors teach Xiaoping a hard lesson. Now it seemed that this plan was extraordinarily smooth. There was no need for them to say anything. That kid automatically jumped into the trap. It was clear that he was courting death. Humph, he deserves such an end. If such a perverted thief continues to stay in Yanhuang University, I don't know how many girls will fall into his hands. He probably treats Yanhuang University as a place for those fireworks and willows. Indeed, according to that bastard's character, I don't know how many girls have been defiled in the past. Although we don't care about money, some girls do. Maybe they will fall into that bastard's trap. Yeah, although that bastard's means are very despicable, simple and crude, I have to say that it's very effective. With money, there will always be some girls who will fall into his hands. There's no other way. Most girls are clean, but some are shameless. But we don't need to worry about it in the future. After a while, I guess we can see that bastard begging for mercy. Humph, we can't let him go so easily. If we don't completely change his bad character, we absolutely can't forgive him. Otherwise, we don't know how much trouble he will cause in the future. Hee, I can't wait to see the scene of that arrogant bastard begging for mercy. Let's see if he still dares to say that he wants to solve it with money. If he still dares to say such words, I'll kick his third leg so that he can't even speak. Many of the girls discussed. Imagining that arrogant bastard begging them for mercy, they felt extremely comfortable. Chapter 342. An hour later, Xiaoping came out of the administration office. He had already handed over all his energy beads, earning a total of 53,753 points. Adding on the 10,000 points from before, he now had a total of 60,000 points. Jiang Yaru and the others also handed over their energy beads, each receiving 500 to 600 points. Afterwards, they returned to their dorms to rest. Xia Ping didn't return to his dorm, but instead planned to go to the medical center. He wanted to refine the blackine fruit into the blackine pill, and he needed the help of the alchemists here. Thus, he parted ways with Jiang Yaru and the others. So this is the medical center. 10 minutes later, Xia Ping took the school bus to the medical center. Although it was called a medical center, it wasn't just a hospital, responsible for treating patients. It was also the medical laboratory of Yanhuang University, responsible for researching all kinds of advanced medicines. For example, health potions and golden potions. The medical center had the most advanced medical equipment, as well as experimental equipment. It wasn't much worse than any large corporation. Naturally, it also gathered the most powerful researchers. The area is really huge. Xia Ping clicked his tongue in admiration as he looked at his surroundings. Just the medical center alone was no smaller than a small city. It was also divided into various departments, such as the hospital department, the pharmacy department, the pill department, the biochemistry department, and so on. The department he was heading to was the pill department, where all kinds of alchemists were gathered. Finally arrived at the pill department. After taking the bus, Xia Ping arrived at the pill department a few minutes later. He looked around and found that the building of the pill department was completely different from the other buildings. It wasn't made of reinforced concrete, and it didn't have a sci-fi feel to it. It was completely antique, and the surroundings were made of huge stone buildings. It was like a huge ancient castle, and the surroundings were filled with an enchanting medicinal fragrance. There are a lot of students here. Xia Ping arrived in front of the castle and found many students going in and out. The entrance was heavily guarded, and one needed to verify their identity before they could enter. Otherwise, they would be stopped by the student guards. He knew that these students should be from the pill department, because Yanhuang University didn't only recruit fighters, but also many researchers. Even though researchers did not have powerful battle prowess, they were extremely intelligent. They were responsible for researching all sorts of biological technologies and refining all sorts of top-grade medicinal pills. They were an indispensable part of human society, and their status was also very high. The guards at the entrance of the castle were all students. They were at least at the 7th firmament of the martial artist realm and above. Most of them were senior students. They worked as guards for the elixir department and earned school points at the same time. However, don't look down on being a guard in this place. In fact, being a guard in the pill department was a lucrative job. Who knew how many students wanted to be a guard but didn't have the opportunity to do so? As a guard in the medicinal pill department, he would have the opportunity to come into contact with the medicinal pill department's apprentice alchemists, master alchemists, and so on. If he could gain the friendship of these people and then embezzle some medicinal pills and spirit herbs from them, the benefits would be countless. This was much better than leaving Yanhuang University and painstakingly hunting monsters. There was no risk and extremely high profits, so it naturally became the first choice of many students. The problem was that such a position was too popular, and people without a background were not qualified to get it. Look, isn't that the fake Xia Ping? Yeah, I'd recognize that kid even if he turned into ashes. He's already famous at Yanhuang University. How can he not be famous? Even a great beauty like Su Ji was poisoned by this kid, and her chastity was taken away by him. Now I don't know how many students want to kill this kid, dismember his body, and dismember his body into 10,000 pieces. What? There's actually such a thing. Su Ji is a direct descendant of the king's family. How dare he do such an evil thing? Isn't he afraid of being destroyed by the Su family? It is said that this Xia Ping's background is also very deep. His family is very rich, and he even tried to use money to settle this matter. What a beast! He has already drugged a girl, and he still wants to use money to settle this matter. This method is too skilled. How many such heartless things has that bastard done? There are rumors on the internet. It is said that when Xia Ping was in Yanhuang Star, he was already a famous playboy. He was known as the 10,000 beheader. Every night, he was a groom. He often robbed women on the street, causing the people of Yanhuang Star to seethe with resentment, but no one dared to provoke him. Damn it, he harmed the women of Yanhuang Star, and now he wants to harm the Cloud Realm? He's too bold. Is his background really so hard that no one can afford to offend him? In short, if there are any beautiful sisters or sisters, quickly hide. Otherwise, if they are targeted by this beast, I'm afraid their innocence will be gone the next day. Now the entire Yanhuang University is in a state of panic. Everyone is in danger. Of course, there's no need to worry if they are ugly. This is a powerful weapon to repel perverts. Many students were talking and immediately looked at Xia Ping, who was walking from a distance. Their eyes were strange, and they looked at this legendary beast with contempt. Some people even wanted to rush over and beat Xia Ping, but they were also worried about Xia Ping's mysterious background and did not dare to do so. That kid is the new student Xia Ping. He just entered the university and he's already stirring up such a storm. He's very high profile. Humph, Yanhuang University is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are countless capable people. A freshman dares to be so arrogant. Too hard is easy to break. There are many people with a background. Even if he comes from a king's family, he can't be tyrannical. Such a playboy will be cleaned up sooner or later. Seeing this situation, some guards and seniors sneered. They crossed their arms and looked at Xia Ping in the distance with disdain. They did not take Xia Ping seriously at all. Stop! A senior suddenly shouted at Xia Ping, who came to the door, "This is the elixir department. Unrelated people are not allowed to come near. Whoever dares to trespass will be killed." He looked at Xia Ping coldly, and a terrible murderous aura surged from his body. "I'm here to find an alchemy master to refine elixir pills." Xia Ping stated his purpose. He could see that this senior was strong and had the strength of the ninth heaven of the martial artist realm. He was above many freshmen. "The master is not here now. You can go back. We'll talk in a few days." The senior waved his hand and wanted to send Xia Ping away. The others sneered. They knew that this senior was clearly making things difficult for Xia Ping. After all, there were countless alchemy masters in the elixir department. Even if one was not here, there would still be others. Xia Ping furrowed his brows and said coolly, "You guys have some guts to even dare to stop me from entering the medicinal pill department. Who gave you this kind of authority? You are just gatekeepers. Don't take a chicken feather as an arrow. If I report this to the academic affairs office, all of you will have to bear the consequences. This is dereliction of duty." His voice was very cold. Since the other party was not polite, he would not have a good attitude. "How dare you?" The senior's eyes were cold. He snorted coldly, "I don't think you are here to find an alchemy master. You are here to cause trouble. Wait until I capture you and interrogate you. Let's see what your purpose is." As soon as he finished speaking, he blasted a punch at Xia Ping. It was extremely ruthless. Chapter 343. Zephyr Fist. As soon as he punched out, a terrifying gust of wind exploded in the air, forming countless streams of energy that gathered together to create an extremely terrifying force that could destroy anything. Even a rock that weighed hundreds of tons would be smashed into powder by this punch. Its power was terrifying. Furthermore, this Zephyr Fist had the power to rotate and penetrate. Even if a normal martial artist cultivated a protective technique, their protective chi would still be broken and their internal organs would be injured. They would not be able to block it. Obviously, this senior student was ruthless when he attacked, and he wanted to heavily injure Xia Ping. Hee, that kid is unlucky. Who doesn't know that those senior students are usually overbearing and arrogant? They are all old foxes and are not afraid of the school rules at all. They have been in the school for a long time and are familiar with all kinds of school rules. They know that even if they fight in the school, as long as they don't kill anyone, they can solve the problem by paying some points. But this kid is doomed. Meeting these unruly senior students, he will definitely be beaten up badly. He might even have to lie in the hospital for a month. But he deserves it. The surrounding students were all talking about it as if they were watching a good show. Some of the senior guards stood high and mighty with arrogant expressions on their faces. They looked at Xia Ping with eyes filled with ridicule. So what if this kid was the champion of the freshman ranking competition? He had just entered the academy after all. How could he compare to them, the senior students? Now they wanted to teach this new student a lesson and let them know that they were not qualified to do whatever they wanted in Yanhuang University. They should respect and fear the senior students and teach them some principles. This was killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Too arrogant. Xia Ping's eyes showed a trace of anger. He had originally only wanted to find someone to refine pills for him and did not want to cause trouble. But these people were so ruthless as soon as they met. They really thought he was a soft persimmon that they could pinch as they pleased. With a boom, he directly punched out. All the chi in his body vibrated and his fist smashed out. The air seemed to vibrate thousands of times as it emitted the aura of an ancient beast. Bang! With just one touch, the fist force and wind were immediately shattered by Xia Ping's fist. They were torn apart inch by inch and exploded in the air, making a rumbling sound. The surrounding people felt a burst of pain in their eardrums. The chi vibrated and swept in all directions. They could not help but take more than 10 steps back to barely withstand the impact. How is this possible? The senior student was shocked. The punch that he was determined to win had the power of the ninth heaven of the martial artist realm. Even the top freshman would not be a match for him. However, that brat had broken his attack with just a single punch. It was simply terrifying. Oh no! However, before he could recover from his shock, he immediately felt a wave of danger approaching. His hair stood on end because that brat's left fist smashed over. It was as if a violent bear had stood up, shaking the mountain forest. It contained a berserk power that was enough to tear apart all prey. At this time, he was simply unable to block, because the speed of the fist was simply too fast. He had only just seen the opponent's fist, and the void Shenqi fist blasted over, solidly hitting his chest. Dong! There was an explosion in midair, and the senior student was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair like a fountain, splattering on the ground. 5 or 6 of his ribs were broken. With a thud, he flew for dozens of meters before finally falling to the ground. His face was deathly pale, and intense pain spread throughout his body. He couldn't help but let out a mournful scream. Bastard, you actually dare to attack. Sure enough, you are here to make trouble. Let's go together and capture this bastard. Teach him some rules. This is not a place where he can behave atrociously. When they saw such a situation occur, the group of senior students at the entrance were instantly enraged. Hitting a senior student was equivalent to slapping their faces, and it was an insult to their dignity. If they let this brat leave unscrupulously, then what face would these senior students have? They were afraid that they would become a joke in the entire school. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immediately, more than a dozen senior students attacked together. At least they were experts in the 7th heaven of the martial artist realm. Among them, there were also 5 or 6 experts in the 9th heaven of the martial artist realm. Each of them was a martial arts elite. They all attacked together, wanting to beat Xia Ping half to death. Rumble Zhenqi vibrated, and attacks appeared in midair. Some were violent punches, some were blade chi that could tear everything apart, some were powerful footwork that could sweep away thousands of soldiers, and some were invincible sword chi. A series of terrible attacks poured down like a flood. The air exploded one after another, and the killing intent vibrated, almost completely drowning Xia Ping's body. If he was hit by this move, he would definitely fall to the ground with serious injuries and may not recover for several months. The surrounding students were shocked to the extreme. They retreated again and again for fear of being affected. Their hearts were inexplicably shocked. This Xia Ping actually dared to offend so many senior students. He was simply courting death. It was estimated that after receiving such an attack, he would definitely be carried away today. Buddha's palm. Xia Ping's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. He used the Kunpeng steps and densely packed figures appeared in his place. Each figure was covered with golden Jin Qi, like a Buddha, exuding a grand, compassionate and other aura. At this moment, he seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms. Dense palm prints appeared in midair. Each palm print seemed to be branded in midair, containing the great power of subduing demons. With a palm strike, the sky was filled with golden light. The Qi was violent and invincible. It was like setting off an earth-shattering gale. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. Bang bang bang. The shockwaves in the air were instantly shattered by the violent palm power. The terrifying palm power traveled through the air, vibrating thousands of times before slamming into the bodies of the senior students. In an instant, it pierced through their protective true energy. It was simply like a Buddha slapping a huge palm print on their chest. It was impossible to resist. Ah ah ah. A group of senior students let out shrill screams. Their bodies were like straw, directly slapped out. They flew for a full 100 meters before falling to the ground, coughing up blood. One by one, they screamed in pain. More than a dozen of their ribs were broken. Even their lungs were severely injured. Their eyes revealed an extremely frightened expression. It seemed that they could not believe that they were actually so vulnerable. Are you kidding? Just one move and he beat those senior students like dead dogs. They are simply vulnerable. How is this possible? A freshman was dumbfounded and could not believe his eyes. After all, such a scene was too exaggerated. They could not imagine it at all. Strange, didn't they say that this kid is only at the 5th heaven of the martial artist realm? What is going on now? At least 7 acupoints have been opened and he has reached the 7th heaven of the martial artist realm. Could it be that his cultivation has made great progress during this period of time? Nonsense, even driving a spaceship can't improve so quickly. The information is wrong. The information must be wrong. If this kid has the cultivation of the 7th heaven of the martial artist realm, it may not be impossible for him to become the top freshman. Chapter 344. How about it? Don't you want to fight anymore? Xia Ping looked down at the group of senior students who had fallen to the ground with his hands behind his back. Do you think that after staying in school for a few years, you are invincible and can bully the freshmen at will just because you have a deep cultivation of vital energy? I can tell you that you are not qualified. What? Hearing this, the group of senior students almost exploded with anger and their faces turned red. They had been cultivating at Yanhuang University for 2 to 3 years and had finally advanced to the peak of the martial artist realm. Apart from the elite students, they were the strongest, but this kid actually dared to say such a thing, saying that they were not qualified at all. It was too insulting. However, they had nothing to say. In the face of the freshmen who had just entered school, they relied on their strong cultivation and even attacked together, but they were defeated by the other party with one palm. Such a failure could not be explained with any reason. It was purely because the gap in strength was too big. Still not convinced? Xia Ping glanced at them. Is it wrong to say that you are not qualified? To tell you the truth, you have been cultivating in school for a few years, but you have cultivated for nothing. You have learned nothing. You want to teach me some rules? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Trash that can be crippled with a single palm strike still dares to strut around in front of me? Tell me, are you not trash? He looked down at the senior students from above. Those seniors were so angry that their faces alternated between red and purple like pig liver. They had never suffered such humiliation in their entire lives. Moreover, they were humiliated by a mere freshman. They were extremely aggrieved, but they could not say anything at all. So many of them had been crippled by the other party. What right did they have to say such a thing? They were afraid that after today, they would all become the laughing stock of the school. "Kid, don't go too far," a senior student shouted, unable to bear the humiliation. With a bang, Xia Ping's palm landed solidly on the senior student's face. It immediately left a 5-fingered red mark on the senior student's face and sent him flying. He spun 5 or 6 times in the air before falling to the ground. When he fell to the ground, his whole face was red and swollen, and even 2 or 3 teeth had fallen out. "Too much. You are the ones who are too much." Xia Ping sneered. "I, an unarmed person, came to the medicine department, just to pay a visit to the alchemy master, spend some points, and ask the alchemy master to help me refine pills. But what about all of you? You're nothing more than watchdogs. Each and every one of you uses a chicken feather as a token of authority, arrogant and despotic. You don't put me in your eyes at all. You immediately attack me, and if you can't beat a single person, you attack as a group. If I didn't have some ability, I would have been beaten to death by you guys long ago. How could I still be talking here? Right now, I'm only slightly crippling you and teaching you some principles of how to be a person. Yet, you still say that I'm going overboard? You can tell me loudly, is what I'm doing too overboard?" He stared at the group of senior students, and his aura crushed down fiercely, oppressing them to the point that they couldn't even breathe. The other spectating students were also speechless. These seniors had brought this upon themselves. "How about this? I'm a very benevolent person." Xia Ping suggested, "It's very simple to resolve this matter. Each of you break one of your legs and kowtow to me as an apology. Then, I'll forgive you this once. Of course, just this once. If you dare to be disrespectful to me again, I'll cripple you directly. I'll beat you up so badly that even your mothers won't be able to recognize you. Do you understand? You." Hearing these words, the faces of the group of senior students flushed red. They were so angry that they felt like their lungs were about to explode. Asking them to kowtow and apologize, and breaking one of their legs? How was this forgiving them? This was clearly humiliating them. If they really did this, then they would truly become a laughingstock. How could they continue to survive in a place like Yanhuang University? "Stop, what you're doing is a little too overboard. You beat up seniors and want them to break one of their legs and kowtow to you as an apology. No matter what, this is a little too overboard." Right at this moment, a person walked out from the elixir department. He was dressed in white and his eyebrows were like swords. He had an elegant demeanor, and his body exuded a graceful and luxurious aura, just like an elegant young master. When he walked over, he was like a king with an unparalleled aura. It was as if there was a light on his body that no one could ignore, and he automatically became the focus of the crowd. "Who the hell are you?" Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and felt the dangerous aura from this person. Although the other party was only at the 8th heaven of the martial warrior realm, he was much stronger than those seniors who were at the 9th heaven of the martial warrior realm. This was a true genius. "Xiao Yishuan from the Xiao family," the young man in white said. His voice was as gentle as jade, but every word was incomparably clear to everyone's ears, showing his unfathomable genuine qi cultivation. "He's Xiao Yishuan?" "That's right, I've seen his photo on the internet. It's indeed him. Now there's a good show to watch." It's said that Xiao Yishuan is the real number 1 among the freshmen this time, and this Xia Ping is just a fake. He got first place by going through the back door. When the real number 1 and the fake number 1 meet, it's like a comet colliding with planet Yanhuang. I heard that Xiao Yishuan is also pursuing Su Ji, and that Xia Ping actually had that kind of relationship with Su Ji. You can imagine how angry Xiao Yishuan is now. I reckon he can't wait to tear Xia Ping apart. Hee, now there's a good show to watch. The surrounding students discussed and became excited all of a sudden. Some people even secretly took photos and uploaded this matter to the internet because this matter was really too important. You want to stand up for these people? A freshman is standing up for the seniors. This is a bit interesting. Xia Ping looked at Xiao Yishuan indifferently. The group of seniors were extremely sullen and ashamed to the point that they wanted to immediately bury their heads in the ground. They, the seniors, actually had to rely on another freshman to save them. It was simply shameful. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Now, I'll only give you two choices. Xiao Yishuan ignored Xia Ping's attempt to drive a wedge between them. He raised two fingers and said, one is to kneel down immediately, kowtow to these seniors, apologize, and then get out of here. The other is to be crippled by me. Remember, you want to get out, not walk out. If you dare to use your legs to walk, then I'll personally break both of your legs so that you can only sit in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. He revealed an unquestionable tone, as if he was a high and mighty emperor. Once he gave an order, everyone had no choice but to obey. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Yishuan. Get out, don't be an eyesore here. Chapter 345. Bang! Xiao Yishuan's qi hit Xia Ping's body and was immediately blocked by a wave of genuine qi. It was instantly disintegrated by Dark North body protection technique. It could not cause any harm to Xia Ping at all. It could not even make him take half a step back. What? Seeing this scene, Xiao Yishuan was also a little surprised. One must know that even a casual attack just now contained violent power. Ordinary experts in the ninth heaven of the martial artist realm would be sent flying by this power. But now Xia Ping was only in the seventh heaven of the martial artist realm. He could actually easily resist it without any effort. You asked me to get out and you still want to stand up for these people? Xia Ping's eyes revealed a dangerous light and he sneered, you are a little too arrogant. You must know your place. Don't overestimate yourself. He warned Xiao Yishuan. Shut up. Who am I? It's not your turn to say. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then I will cripple you and teach you a lesson. I will let you know what's good for you. Hearing these words, Xiao Yishuan was immediately furious. His eyes were filled with flames of anger and his whole body was trembling with anger. Since young, who dared to say such words to him? Who was Xiao Yishuan? He was the direct descendant of the Xiao family, a king family. He had the bloodline of the Pegasus. His talent was one of the best in Yanhuang University. Once he was born, he was favored by the heavens. He was carefully cultivated by the king family. He was invincible in his life. Even the elders of the family would not give him face and speak kindly. But this kid, not only did he not have the slightest respect, but he was also extremely arrogant. He actually dared to let him know his place. Don't overestimate yourself. Who did this bastard think he was? A king realm expert? Bang! He took a step forward and the genuine qi in his body surged out. The surrounding air vibrated and condensed into a substance, as if it had turned into a sea. There was a crashing sound and the ground was shaking at this moment. A pair of transparent wings suddenly appeared on his back. He exuded an unattainable aura, like a god. The surrounding air was stirred by the wings, forming a vortex. Extreme Wind Blade Fist. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yishuan punched out, stirring up the air. His vital energy surged out, causing the air around him to condense and turn into sharp wind blades. They continuously sliced through the surroundings, making sizzling sounds. The wind blades condensed into substance and were extremely sharp. Even steel would be sliced into pieces if it came into contact with these wind blades. Their power was 10 times more terrifying than that of a cutting machine. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of wind blades flew towards Xia Ping, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. If one was struck by these wind blades without any defense, his body would immediately be minced into meat paste and cut into countless pieces. Too strong. The surrounding students were all shocked. The older students who had fallen to the ground were also dumbfounded. If it was just ordinary wind blades, perhaps it wouldn't be so terrifying. After all, there were too many of them, and this would cause the power of the wind blades to be too scattered, causing the power of the wind blades to be insufficient and unable to harm the enemy. However, under Xiao Yishuan's control, every wind blade seemed to be controlled almost perfectly. Not a single bit of power leaked out. It could be said that Xiao Yishuan's degree of control over his vital energy was already exquisite. Because of that, each of the wind blades had terrifying destructive power. When hundreds and thousands of them attacked, even a monster with great defense would be cut into pieces. Scram! A cold light flashed in Xia Ping's eyes, and he immediately let out a roar. Unique skill 8 Heavenly Dragon's music. Woo! Goo! Ba! Ma! Ah! 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 Suddenly, 8 Heavenly Dragon's music vibrated in the air, forming a terrifying sound wave. It was like hundreds of volcanoes erupting at the same time, shaking the air and blasting towards Xiao Yishuan. Bang bang bang! Immediately, the sound wave swept over and collided with thousands of wind blades. After thousands of vibrations, the wind blades were shattered into pieces. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and gravel flew everywhere. How is this possible? Xiao Yishuan was shocked. His extreme wind blade fist had been cultivated to the acme of perfection. Even an ordinary expert in the 9th heaven of the martial artist realm would not be able to withstand it and would be killed with one punch. However, just a loud roar from the other party had broken all of them, and the wind blades were shattered. Oh no! Xiao Yishuan suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He sensed that after Xia Ping let out a loud roar, he was not going to let him go. He took a step forward and punched out as fast as lightning. Such a punch was like the birth of a primordial fierce beast, and it exploded with a horrifying aura. Dong! Xiao Yishuan had just set up his defense, and was operating the defensive skill in his body, but the punch hit his body, and a flood-like power exploded. With a bang, the genuine chi protection on his body was shattered. The huge power penetrated his body, and he was pushed back dozens of meters, and a long crack appeared on the ground. Puff! With a sound, Xiao Yishuan could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, his lungs were injured by the punch just now. It can't be. This is Xiao Yishuan, an expert in the 8th heaven of the martial artist realm. He is known as the number one among the freshmen. Even the older students are no match for him. Some people think that in a few months, he will definitely become an elite student, but now he was actually pushed back by Xia Ping with one punch, and he even bled. A student was shocked and could not help but shout. Didn't they say that this Xia Ping is a fake? The number one among the freshmen, did he get it through the back door? What exactly is going on now? Even Xiao Yishuan is not a match for him. This joke is too big. If Xiao Yishuan is not a match for him, then his strength is real. No one is a match for him, and he is the true number one. Just now, a group of older students joined forces, but they were still beaten by Xia Ping like dead dogs. From this, we can see that Xia Ping's strength is definitely not an undeserved reputation. He is a real monster. If such a person is still a fake, then what are we? Are we not even trash? The surrounding students were all dumbfounded. They were shocked to the extreme by such a battle scene. The impact was too great. Who would have thought that a legendary fake would be so powerful? Even Xiao Yishuan was forced back by one punch from him and even vomited blood. Martial strength was different from literature. There was no standard for judging literature. There were 1,000 hamlets in 1,000 people. However, the strength of a martial artist was obtained through fighting. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. There was no room for deception. Seeing the scene in front of them, no one could doubt Xia Ping's strength anymore. If they were not convinced, they could go up and try to see if they could defeat more than 10 older students with their bare hands. With one punch, they could make an expert like Xiao Yishuan vomit blood and retreat continuously. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Xiao Yishuan indifferently. Known as the number one among the freshmen King family? And you want me to get out? With such strength, you still have the cheek to say that? Chapter 346. You're looking to die. Hearing this, Xiao Yishuan felt a wave of anger rush to his head, and he almost went mad. He came from a ruler clan and could be said to be an unparalleled genius. There was no one in the same generation who could rival him, so he had long developed a high and mighty personality, and did not take anyone seriously at all. But now, he had been forced back by Xia Ping's one punch and had even spat out blood. He had been humiliated in front of so many people. How could he take this? It could be said that such an unprecedented humiliation caused his rage to erupt, and it practically burned away all his reason. Angel Fist! He shouted angrily. Spiritual chi burst out of his body and a pair of white wings grew out of his back. They gave off a holy white light and looked extremely noble. Pieces of white feathers even fell off and exploded with a white light. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. He was like an angel descending to the world. His body was surging with terrifying bloodline power. Xia Ping, you only pushed me back a few steps. It doesn't mean you can beat me. Xiao Yishuan gritted his teeth. But you have completely angered me. I will show you the power of a king's bloodline and the power of invincibility. One punch. Just one punch and I will turn you into meat paste. His voice was like thunder, shaking the eardrums of the surrounding students and forcing them to take a dozen steps back. No way. This is the Xiao family's king-level technique, Angel Fist. This is a secret technique of the Xiao family. Even the library of Yanhuang University doesn't have it. I heard that this technique is one of the most powerful out of all the king-level techniques. It is many times more powerful than normal king-level techniques. Indeed, I heard that this cultivation method is called Meditation Angel, which is an ancient Western god. There are a total of 12 of those angels, which makes this cultivation method have 12 styles, and each style has infinite power. Angels are the same as Buddhas. They are all deities. Every angel represents the ultimate wish of mankind. Visualizing an angel will allow one to gain boundless power and bestow it upon oneself. Looks like Xia Ping is dead for sure. Once Xiao Yishuan uses Angel Fist, his combat power will be more than 10 times stronger. There are not many techniques that can compare to Angel Fist in the cloud realm. No matter how strong Xia Ping is, he can't block it. I think Xiao Yishuan is really angry and wants to teach Xia Ping a lesson to let him know how high the sky is. But Xia Ping was actually able to make Xiao Yishuan use this peerless technique. That's quite impressive. The surrounding students discussed spiritedly, and they all had a whole new level of respect for Xia Ping. In an instant, Xiao Yishuan punched out. The white wings on his back flapped, stirring up a huge gust of wind. His speed almost reached the sound barrier. As he punched out, white light covered his fist. Boom! A series of explosions sounded in the air, and a terrifying force burst out. The fist force condensed into a substance, and in the blink of an eye, his fist arrived in front of Xia Ping. If hit by this punch, even a rock weighing several hundred tons would be pulverized. Immovable Buddha palm. A cold glint appeared in Xia Ping's eyes. He immediately reacted and sent out a palm strike. His entire body was covered in golden light, and he looked like a Buddha that had descended into the world, containing shocking divine power. Bang! The collision between the angel power and the Buddha power was like a volcanic eruption. Suddenly, a terrifying force burst out, and a shockingly deep pit was blasted on the ground. Gravel flew everywhere. Some students nearby let out a scream and were sent flying by the powerful force. They flew for hundreds of meters before falling down. They could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and their faces were pale. Being hit by this force, both Xia Ping and Xiao Yishuan took more than 10 steps back. What? Xiao Yishuan could not help but widen his eyes. He did not expect such an outcome at all. He had clearly used the Shao clan's unique technique, and such power should be invincible in the world. But now, it was actually blocked by this kid. Even his fist felt numb, and the blood in his body was tumbling. He also felt the Vajra power from his opponent. Although the scenes seemed to be evenly matched, in fact, he was already at a disadvantage. What made him most uncomfortable was that his opponent was only at the 7th heaven of the martial warrior realm, and was one realm higher than him. If this kid advanced to the 8th heaven of the martial warrior realm, wouldn't he be able to defeat him easily? Xiao Yishuan could not stand such an absurd thing at all. He shouted angrily, "Xia Ping, go to hell." He madly urged the genuine qi in his body to stimulate his potential. He was going to risk his life. The air in the air was distorted, and a strange phenomenon appeared. An angel appeared on his back, riding a white flying horse with wings. It was like a god had descended. The entire ground could not withstand such an aura. The earth shook, the ground cracked, and some gravel rose up. With a bang, it was crushed into powder by the power. Sword of Blazing Angel. Xiao Yishuan's eyes were red, and his whole body was shaking. The genuine qi in his right hand condensed and turned into a sharp white sword. It was extremely sharp, and he wanted to smash it fiercely towards Xia Ping. Once this move was used, even an ordinary expert at the 9th heaven of the martial warrior realm would be killed instantly. There was no chance of survival at all. Enough! Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a white coat flew out from the depths of the castle. He gently pointed his finger and cut through the sky. It contained a terrifying power and struck down from the sky. With a bang, the entire angelic phenomenon immediately collapsed, and there was a rustling sound. The white genuine qi dissipated and returned to Xiao Yishuan's body, causing him to take a few steps back. He could no longer use this move. Amazing! Xia Ping's eyes shone. He could completely feel the power of this middle-aged man. He was simply unfathomable, like a grandmaster of a generation. He easily broke Xiao Yishuan's unparalleled unique skill, but did not injure Xiao Yishuan at all. It was enough to prove that this middle-aged man's control of genuine qi had reached the acme of perfection. Teacher Tianhai. Seeing the appearance of this middle-aged man in a white coat, Xiao Yishuan could not help but put away his arrogant expression and respectfully greeted him. It seemed that this teacher's position was extremely high. Even Xiao Yishuan, who was born in a king's clan, did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect to this teacher. "Hello, Teacher Tian." The surrounding students all greeted this teacher. Their attitude was very respectful, and some were even in fear. Silence. The middle-aged man in a white coat, Tianhai, had a dignified look in his eyes. He looked around and said, "Today's matter ends here. No one can fight in the school. This is the rule." "Yes, Teacher Tian." Xiao Yishuan was very unwilling. He clenched his fists, but since the teacher in front of him had already said such words, he could not resist. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. The others also did not dare to have any disobedience. Wait. Chapter 347. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hearing Xia Ping's words, all the students present focused their eyes on Xia Ping. At this time, what else did the culprit want to say? "You are Xia Ping, the top freshman this year. You are indeed very capable. You are only in the 7th heaven of the martial artist realm, but you can fight evenly with Xiao Yishuan and even put him at a disadvantage. You are very talented." Tianhai looked at Xia Ping, his eyes like torches, as if he wanted to see through Xia Ping's secrets. "But why did you suddenly stop me? Is there any dissatisfaction with the way I handled it?" "Teacher, I'm not dissatisfied with the way you handled it. I'm just very dissatisfied with a few watchdogs." Xia Ping pointed to the dozen senior students on the ground and said, "These senior students are tyrannical. Relying on their little power, they bully their classmates, bully the freshmen, and even openly try to kill me. According to the federal law, this kind of behavior is equivalent to murder. Even if I kill these arrogant senior students on the spot, the law will find me innocent. It is justifiable defense. Teacher, do you think this matter can be let go? He directly expressed his dissatisfaction. What? Hearing these words, half of the faces of the older students present turned green. How could they not hear Xia Ping's sinister intentions? This bastard not only wanted to cripple them, he also wanted to borrow the teacher's hand to kill them. He was extremely vicious. Then what do you want? Tian Hai looked at Xia Ping and did not express his position. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back and said faintly, seeing that we are all students of Yanhuang University, and at the same time, all of you are my seniors, I won't take them to court and let them be shot by the police. But they can be spared from death, but they can't escape punishment. I want them to apologize to me and compensate each of them with 10,000 points. Only then can this matter be settled. He stated his request. Bullshit. Hearing this, one of the seniors was so angry that his nose became crooked. He immediately shouted, "You beat us up like this, and you should count yourself lucky if we don't ask for compensation from you. You still want us to apologize to you and compensate you with 10,000 points? Are you crazy? That's right, that's right. This is basically the guilty party complaining first. We're the ones getting beaten up. You brat, nothing happened to you. Instead, we were beaten up by you and our legs were broken. You still have the nerve to ask us for compensation? Even bandits aren't as shameless as you. Apologize? I'll compensate your balls. What kind of victim apologizes to the perpetrator? You've lost your mind. I've lived for more than 20 years and I've never encountered such a thing. You want us to compensate you with 10,000 points? You're asking for too much. Do you know how hard it is to earn points? We've been carrying out missions and killing monsters non-stop. We've been working for a few months, but we didn't manage to save 10,000 points. You want to take away our 10,000 points with just a casual sentence? You're simply robbing us. The group of seniors cursed, and the other half of their faces had turned green. All of them glared angrily at Xia Ping, and they simply wished for nothing more than to skin Xia Ping alive. They'd never seen such a thick-skinned person in their entire lives. The surrounding students were also speechless. This was the first time they had seen the perpetrator being so arrogant. Furthermore, he was extorting money in front of the teacher. That's right. Xiao Yishuan also needs to apologize to me. Xia Ping ignored the older students and continued, he also attacked me indiscriminately. He's simply an accomplice of these murderers. He's taking the side of the evildoer. The circumstances of his crime are extremely serious and heinous. Although it's not a death sentence, he'll still be locked up for 8 to 10 years if he's caught. If he doesn't compensate, this matter won't be over. He pointed at Xiao Yishuan. I have to compensate too? Xiao Yishuan clenched his teeth and glared at Xia Ping. He'd never experienced such a thing in his entire life. There was actually someone who dared to ask him, a direct descendant of a king family, for compensation. This was too presumptuous. What's wrong? Don't think that you don't need to compensate just because you're from a king family. Xia Ping said in disdain, if Teacher Tian hadn't arrived in time, you would have been killed by my punch. You wouldn't even have the chance to stand here and talk. You should be grateful that I spared your life. Bastard! Do you think I'll lose to you? Xiao Yishuan was so angry that his face turned red. He clenched his fists and wanted to fight 300 rounds with Xia Ping to prove his true strength. However, Teacher Tian Hai waved his hand and stopped him. He said calmly, compensate him. Teacher. Xiao Yishuan and the others were shocked. They looked at Tian Hai and thought that Tian Hai had also gone crazy. If you've thought it through, you can choose not to compensate. Tian Hai said calmly, the cloud mist mountains are about to open. This is a great opportunity. If you're sued by this brat, you'll definitely be involved in lawsuits and arrested by the police. Your freedom will be restricted. By then, you'll definitely miss this opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, it'll be almost impossible for you to have a next time. Especially you seniors. If you can't advance to the martial master realm within a year, you'll have to graduate and leave the school. You'll never have the chance to enter the Cloud Mist Mountains again. By then, even if you win the lawsuit, it'll be useless. What? Hearing this, the seniors' expressions changed. They suddenly thought of this matter. They'd already stayed in the school for 4 years and still hadn't advanced to the martial master realm. If they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Xiao Yishuan's expression was also gloomy. However, his expression wasn't as firm as before. He also thought of this matter. Cloud Mist Mountains. What the hell is this place? Xia Ping touched his chin. It seems that stopping you from entering the Cloud Mist Mountains without compensation is also a very interesting thing. He instinctively felt that the Cloud Mist Mountains was an extremely important place. Otherwise, these seniors wouldn't be in such a difficult position. Shut up. One of the seniors' expression changed. Xia Ping, don't go too far. You should know your limits. That's right, that's right. You can't go back on your word. If you go back on your word, you're a despicable person. If this matter spreads out, no one will be friends with you. Your reputation will be worse than dog shit. If you dare to do this, I'll fight it out with you. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. One by one, the seniors shouted in fear. They were afraid that Xia Ping would change his mind. If they couldn't enter the Cloud Mist Mountains, it would be worse than losing 10,000 points. It would be as if they'd ruined their future. Xia Ping looked at Mr. Tianhai. Tianhai seemed to be looking at him calmly, as if warning him not to go too far. Xia Ping immediately made a decision. It was not bad to be able to get so much compensation. Chapter 348. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After settling this matter peacefully, the group of senior students also left. They went to the nearby hospital, intending to treat their injuries. Some other students who were accidentally injured were also sent to the hospital. Xiao Yishuan's face was gloomy. He looked at Xia Ping deeply, as if he wanted to remember Xia Ping's appearance. However, he did not say anything and left silently. Hee, I actually got 150,000 points in one go. Xia Ping smiled and felt comfortable. He got more than 100,000 points from the group of senior students and Xiao Yishuan. If he went out to train and kill monsters, he did not know how long it would take to earn so much. However, such a good thing would probably only happen once. Okay, this matter has been settled. You can go back. Tianhai waved his hand and sent Xia Ping and the others away. Xia Ping stepped forward. Teacher, wait. What else do you want? Tianhai stopped and looked at Xia Ping. Xia Ping said, this time I came to the elixir department to find an alchemy master and ask him to help me refine elixir. What elixir do you want to refine? Tianhai raised his eyebrows. With a snap, Xia Ping immediately took out a xianin fruit and said straightforwardly, xianin pill. Good guy. Tianhai's eyes revealed a glimmer of light as he clicked his tongue in admiration. I didn't think that you would be able to find such a rare fruit. As expected, you are truly blessed. If you want to refine the mysterious Yin pill, just look for me. However, you will need 40,000 points. He said a number. No problem. Xia Ping waved his hand. He had already looked it up on the internet. This was indeed the number of points needed to refine the mysterious Yin pill. Moreover, he had obtained 150,000 points at once. Adding the 200,000 points from before, a mere 40,000 points was just a drop in the bucket. Tomorrow morning, I will send the refined xianin pill to your villa. Tianhai said concisely. He took the Xianin fruit from Xia Ping and signed a simple alchemy agreement with Xia Ping. Then, he turned and walked into the castle. Xia Ping was very satisfied. As long as he refined Xianin pill, he would be promoted to the 8th heaven of the martial artist realm. Go back. Since there was nothing else to do in the medical department, Xia Ping turned around and left. Half an hour later, he took the school bus back to his villa. With a snap, he opened the internet and wanted to browse the school forum for the day. However, he realized that no one knew about his battle with Xiao Yixuan and the others. It was as if nothing had happened. Is it because the time is too short that no one has sent it yet? Xia Ping's eyes flickered. Or could it be that someone exerted pressure to prevent anyone from leaking this matter? After all, to Xiao Yixuan and the other seniors, this matter was extremely embarrassing. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a humiliation. Naturally, they did not want this matter to be leaked out. It was highly possible that it would exert pressure on the surrounding audience. Over time, this matter would be considered a thing of the past, and they would not suffer any damage to their reputation. Do you want to hide this matter completely? How can there be such a good thing? If no one is going to expose it, then let me do it. Xia Ping touched his chin, his eyes flashing. He felt that this was an excellent opportunity. If he leaked this matter, it would definitely arouse great hatred from Xiao Yixuan and the others. After all, this was basically slapping them in the face and making them lose all face. He could even use this opportunity to provoke the hatred of other students. Then, he would be able to gain a large amount of hatred. He would not let go of any opportunity to gain hatred. Thinking of this, Xia Ping immediately acted. No one knew how to hype up a topic better than him. Thus, he immediately registered an account and posted on the school forum. Shocking! The descendants of kings are nothing more than this. Xiao Yixuan has suffered a crushing defeat in his life. A group of seniors were tyrannical, but they were beaten up, crying and kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. What is the truth of the matter? Revealed. Xiao Yixuan is actually such a person. Men are silent when they see him, and women cry when they see him. This matter is extremely important, but 99% of the people still don't know about it. If you don't come to see it, it will be a great loss. He posted on the school forum one after another, creating shocking titles. At the same time, he also wrote about what happened today, describing the conflict with Xiao Yixuan and the others. He even registered a few sock puppets to hype up the topic below the post. It can't be. Is this true or false? Even Xiao Yixuan was defeated and beaten up on the spot. Didn't they say he was called the top freshman? If it's true, who did it? It's terrifying to think about it. If Xiao Yixuan was defeated, doesn't that mean he's just a fake? He doesn't have much strength at all, and it's all exaggerated. The king families are just a joke. Only their fathers are a little powerful. Their descendants are all useless. This is what they mean by like father, like son. It can't be helped. Even if he has a good father, it doesn't mean he'll definitely become someone great. In history, it's rare to see those rich second generations, powerful second generations, and second generations of kings cheat their fathers. History can be a lesson. A few sock puppets lamented under the post, secretly belittling Xiao Yixuan. Instantly, a group of students saw these posts and went into an uproar. There was a huge commotion, especially some of Xiao Yixuan's fans, who were so angry that they went crazy. Impossible! Do you know who Xiao Yixuan is? He's the descendant of a king and has the bloodline of the Pegasus. He's an expert in the 8th heaven of the martial artist realm. He's extremely powerful. Even some of the older students aren't his match. Only elite students can defeat him. How could he be defeated and beaten up by others? It's fake. These contents are definitely fake. Xiao Yixuan has been defeated. This is a huge joke. That's right. Don't speak nonsense. You should know that slander is a serious crime. If Xiao Yishuan takes you to court, you'll be in deep trouble. More than 10 senior students were beaten up. What a joke. Do you really think that those senior students are all vegetarians? They can be defeated so easily and still cry. The post owner has completely gone crazy. He needs medicine to be treated. If the post owner has the guts, tell me your address. I promise I won't beat you to death. Everyone, quickly repost 500 posts. Send the post owner to jail. Spreading rumors is a serious crime. He wants to be famous and play to the gallery. We'll fulfill his wish. A group of students sneered and replied. They didn't believe these posts at all. They thought that Xiao Yishuan would be defeated. This was simply unimaginable. It was a huge joke. Chapter 349. In just half an hour, these posts were completely hyped up. There were tens of thousands of replies and millions of clicks. It had already become the hottest topic on the school forum. However, most of the content was criticizing the OP, saying that he was simply spreading rumors and slandering him. Some students were lurking and watching silently. Xia Ping saw that it was about time and his popularity was very high. He started to release the second bombshell, which was the photos of Xiao Yishuan and many other seniors being beaten up by him. All of them looked terrible. These photos were taken secretly by Xia Ping using his smartwatch. His goal was to preserve the evidence and gain an advantageous position. However, now that everything was settled, it was useless. He might as well put it on the website. What the OP said is true. I was at the scene and even took many photos as evidence. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. Xia Ping immediately registered a second sock puppet and made a post. At the same time, he also uploaded some photos. These photos were also carefully selected. There were photos of more than 10 seniors being beaten to the ground. There were also photos of Xiao Yishuan being punched by him and coughing up blood on the spot, looking flustered and exasperated. Immediately, the entire forum was in an uproar. Now that the evidence was conclusive and even the photos were out, no one could deny it. Seems like everything the OP said is true. Some idiot said that the OP was spreading rumors and even wanted to forward 500 posts to send the OP to jail. Who's spreading rumors now? That's right, that's right. They're all idiots. Who do you think the OP is? Would he say something like that without absolute confidence? Now that the evidence is conclusive, what else do you have to say? All of you are bragging here, saying that Xiao Yishuan is some powerful martial artist and is invincible. You even bragged about some king bloodline. Now, are you still bragging? Try bragging again. It's no wonder that some people are so arrogant. They are purely frogs at the bottom of a well and have never seen the world. They think that just because they see an expert, they are invincible in the world. They don't know that the world is very big. I don't even know how he got into Yanhuang University. He's so narrow-minded. Could he have gotten in through the back door? A few of Xia Ping's sock puppets immediately mocked and ridiculed the people in the post, beating the dogs when they were down. Instantly, some students went crazy with anger, especially Xiao Yishuan's fans, who went crazy. Shut up. Who's the frog at the bottom of the well? Don't you know how to speak? So what if there are photos? In this day and age, is technology counterfeiting still a strange thing? I can guarantee that these photos were all forged by the original poster, and the purpose was to please the public. Indeed, no wonder I felt that these photos were a little unnatural. So they were all forged. They used exquisite photo retouching techniques to forge photos that looked flawless. Despicable and shameless poster, do you think you can humiliate Xiao Yishuan with some fake photos? Let me tell you, this is simply wishful thinking. To be able to do such a despicable thing, one can only imagine the character of the Tower Master. He's definitely jealous. The original poster is definitely a loser who was defeated by Xiao Yishuan. He couldn't defeat Xiao Yishuan in real life, so he purposely came to the internet to spread rumors to tarnish Xiao Yishuan's reputation. He has evil intentions. The human heart is really ugly. It's actually twisted to such an extent. When people are jealous, they can really do anything. All of Xiao Yishuan's fans fought back with all their might. Even if there were photos, they definitely wouldn't admit it. They even thought that these photos were simply forged using technology. Instead, they slandered the original poster for being jealous. No matter what, they definitely wouldn't believe such a thing because it was really too ridiculous. No, this is indeed true. I was there at that time. The person who defeated Xiao Yishuan was the legendary fake Xia Ping. I was dumbfounded and couldn't say anything for a long time. The forum was very popular. Finally, a witness couldn't help but jump out and post a reply. Indeed, I was there at that time too. That scene was very shocking. More than 10 senior students joined hands to fight Xia Ping, but they were all defeated by him. They were beaten to the ground like dead dogs. He was so strong that it was a complete mess. Later on, Xiao Yishuan also appeared. I have to say that Xiao Yishuan was also very strong. As expected of someone with king bloodline. However, he still wasn't Xia Ping's opponent. He was beaten until he coughed up blood on the spot. If the teacher hadn't arrived in time, Xiao Yishuan would probably have been sent to the hospital. I have to say that Xia Ping is the true number one among the freshmen this time. No one is his opponent. Originally, we shouldn't have leaked these words because we were warned by the Xiao clan and the teacher that this matter shouldn't be spoken of casually. However, now that it has become so big, it doesn't matter even if we say it out. I also recorded a video. If you don't believe me, I can upload it for you to see later. Witnesses appeared one after another. They could be said to have been suppressed to the point where they couldn't say a secret. This kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. They had to say it now. However, this topic on the forum was very popular. Although they didn't know who leaked it, since there was someone who stood out, they wouldn't have any scruples. Even if they wanted to find trouble, it wouldn't be them. Therefore, all of them didn't have any scruples. Yeah, it's true. Chapter 350. Many students from Yanhuang University were attracted by the unprecedented atmosphere on the forum. The number of hits had exceeded 10 million, and the number of replies had reached hundreds of thousands. Xia Ping immediately knew that the time had come. So, he used his real account and posted with his original identity. I am Xia Ping. I didn't know what happened at first, but a friend called me up. Only then did I find out that the whole forum was discussing what happened today. But there's nothing much to say. It's pretty much the same as what everyone knows. There were more than a dozen senior students who wanted to fight me like mad dogs, but I easily defeated them. It was a horrible sight. That Xiao Yishuan actually dared to stand up for these senior students. Everyone saw the result. If the teacher hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid he would have been lying in the hospital for a month. Now he's only lightly injured. That's too easy for him. I hope he learns his lesson next time and doesn't overestimate himself. He wrote a large pile of content at great length. Suddenly, the whole forum was shocked by this post because they didn't expect that even the real person would come to the forum. What could be more eye-catching than the person involved? Big Brother Xia, you're amazing. I didn't expect that even Xiao Yishuan, who has been cultivating at Yanhuang University for a few years, was no match for you. He was defeated by you in one move. Aren't you invincible? Before, the students from the Cloud Realm were bragging that they were invincible. They said that Big Brother Xia, you're just a fake and that you got first place through the back door. Who still has the face to say such things now? How dare they? Even Xiao Yishuan, who is recognized as the top disciple of the Cloud Realm, was defeated by Big Brother Xia. He had to rely on the teacher to save his face. The students from the Cloud Realm are a bit thick-skinned, but they're not that shameless. Who's the fake and who's the real one? The result is clear. Facts speak louder than words. 5 or 6 accounts of Xia Ping went online and shamelessly flattered him under the post. Xia Ping blushed a little. Fortunately, no one saw it, so he could still bear it. You're too kind. It's all because of everyone's praise. In fact, it's not that I'm very strong. It's just that Xiao Yishuan and the others are too weak. That's why I'm so strong. Please don't misunderstand. Xia Ping's own account replied with a humble look. Big brother Xia is not only highly skilled in martial arts, but he is also humble and low-key. He's really a role model for our generation. Compared to that Xiao Yishuan, that kid is miles behind. First of all, he can't be a good person. I think it's not just Xiao Yishuan who's like this. All the students in the Cloud Realm have the same problem. They're all arrogant and boastful. But now, this group of bastards from planet Yanhuang actually despised them like this, saying that they were all fake goods and that their cultivation was based on taking pills. Who could tolerate this kind of thing? Don't blame us for attacking you. First of all, wasn't Xiao Yishuan defeated by Big Brother Xia? It is said that he was so scared that he cried at the time. If the teacher hadn't come in time, I'm afraid that kid would have been miserable. That's right. Facts speak louder than words. Big Brother Xia has only been in Cloud Realm for a short period of time, but he has already beaten the students of your Cloud Realm. This is ironclad evidence. Do you still need other evidence? Big Brother Xia doesn't even have a royal bloodline. He is just an ordinary human, but he can defeat you easily. It is completely imaginable the level of education you have. I never lie. To tell you the truth, if you don't take pills, you are just a dish. The enemy can eat whatever they want, and they don't even need to pick their teeth. A group of students from planet Yanhuang shouted, desperately attacking the group of students from Cloud Realm. After coming to Cloud Realm, they were all discriminated against and had a low status. They didn't know how sullen they were. It was rare to have a chance to trample on the students of Cloud Realm. How could they let go of such an opportunity? Don't be so angry. How tragic. It's beyond recognition. I didn't expect the things on the forum to be true. I thought it was a joke. He has been studying at Yanhuang University for several years and has reached the 9th heaven of the martial artist realm. How could he be beaten by a freshman who has just entered the university? Although Yanhuang University is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, it's not like there aren't any good ones. Occasionally, there are some people who are just here to make up the numbers. Fucking Xia Ping, his luck is too good. He actually met a few inferior seniors and made him famous in one fell swoop. There are no heroes in this era. It's time to let a kid become famous. One by one, the students gritted their teeth. They were all very unwilling. They looked at the group of senior students with eyes full of contempt. If it weren't for these inferior students, how could the reputation of their Yunshao realm students be shamed? When the senior students heard these words, their faces turned completely green. They were so angry that they trembled all over. When did they become inferior students? This was too much of a bully. Xia Ping, we're not finished with you. A group of senior students roared to the sky. Their faces were flushed and they were extremely aggrieved. They couldn't speak of such bitterness. Xiao Yishuan also heard about this. His face was as gloomy as ink. He didn't say anything, but the furniture in the villa where he lived seemed to have been smashed. The scene was very cruel. Early the next morning, the sun shone in through the window. It was very warm. Xia Ping stretched his body and finally got up. Congratulations to the host. Last night, you gained a lot of hatred and public anger. The voice of the system sounded. Xia Ping touched his chin. System, how much hatred do I have now? At present, the host has a total of 450,000 hatred points. The system replied, I hope the host will work hard and increase the hatred points. If the hatred points reach 1 million, there will be a system gift package. What? Xia Ping was overjoyed when he heard this. He clearly remembered that he had obtained the Pure Yang Immortal Incantation the first time he had obtained the big gift pack. It was extremely powerful, and he felt that it was even more powerful than the king-level incantation. If he could get a big gift package, then he would probably be rich. What kind of big gift package is it? Xia Ping asked impatiently. The system said coldly, no comment. Forget it. Xia Ping waved his hand. He also knew that the system had no intelligence. It was just a program. It only followed the program. No matter how much he asked, there was no result. Ding dong! Suddenly, the doorbell rang outside the villa, and a young man in green clothes appeared at the door. Who is it? Xia Ping immediately turned on the virtual projection through his smartwatch and contacted the person outside. The man in green clothes immediately said, Mr. Xia, the pill you ordered at the pill department yesterday has been successfully refined. Please come out and sign for it. He held a white bottle in his hand. The Xianyin pill has been successfully refined. It's so efficient. Xia Ping immediately went out and signed for the package with the man in green clothes. He immediately took the white bottle and entered the quiet room of the villa. He opened the white bottle and immediately revealed 3 silver pills. They immediately emitted a rich elixir fragrance, and faintly emitted a silver-white light. Such a rich and majestic elixir, worthy of being called the Xianyin pill. Xia Ping was very happy. He felt that spending 40,000 points and sending the Xianyin fruit was indeed the right choice. Gulp! Without saying anything, Xia Ping immediately swallowed a Xianyin pill. The Xianyin pill immediately entered his stomach, and Xia Ping operated the Pure Yang Immortal Art. His stomach was like a furnace, and it completely refined the Xianyin pill. Hualala! Soon, the Xianyin pill stimulated the endless elixir, and transformed into majestic qi, which flowed through Xia Ping's meridians and flowed into the 7th acupuncture point of his body. His whole body seemed to be bathed in the silver moonlight. Every cell of his was greedily absorbing the energy that was similar to the essence of the moon, and his vitality was constantly strengthening. Not enough, completely not enough. Xia Ping suddenly swallowed the remaining 2 Xianyin pills. Immediately, majestic energy surged out, and his qi surged like a raging wave. Boom! When the qi in Xia Ping's body reached its peak, and the qi in the 7th acupuncture point reached its peak, the door of the 8th acupuncture point was finally broken. This was simply irresistible. Chapter 352. Rumble! Xia Ping felt that after he had opened 8 acupoints, the essence of heaven and earth frantically rushed into his body into the 8th acupoint and quickly transformed into majestic vital energy. At the same time, every inch of his muscles was strengthened, every bone became harder, and even every meridian was expanding to accommodate even more majestic vital energy. Just breathing seemed to form the sound of wind and thunder, like a dormant ancient beast. Xia Ping felt that every move he made was filled with terrifying power. Bang! Xia Ping punched out and the air exploded, as if even the air had been pierced through. The fist force shot out in all directions, and the wall in front of the quiet room, which was made of titanium alloy, immediately had a fist imprint on it. Kacha kacha! What a strong power! He could not help but clench his fists. He felt that his physical strength had increased by 50% and was much stronger than before. Not only did the strength of his vital energy increase, but even his mental strength had also increased. The area within a radius of 700 to 800 meters was under his mental control. He could even sense the gravel, dust, and other things in the air clearly. His control over his strength had also become more exquisite. What's going on? Xia Ping was shocked. When the mental strength and vital energy in his body were concentrated to the extreme, the vital energy seemed to have undergone a completely different change. Under the high concentration, the vital energy began to slowly transform into a dark red mist and even condense into a liquid. He felt that the power contained in this liquid vital energy seemed to be more than 10 times stronger than the destructive power of the gaseous vital energy. It can't be. Is this the power of vital energy? Isn't it said that it can only be obtained after advancing to the martial master realm? Xia Ping felt the changes in his body and could not help but be shocked. The most obvious change in advancing from the martial warrior realm to the martial master realm was the liquefaction of the vital energy and the evolution into vital energy. This was because the martial master realm possessed the power of vital energy. Be it speed or destructive power, it was 10 times or even more than 10 times that of an ordinary expert in the 9th heaven of the martial warrior realm. However, in order to possess vital energy, the vital energy in the body had to be transformed. Only when it was concentrated to the extreme would it evolve from vital energy to vital energy. This was a qualitative change. Although the true qi in Xia Ping's body had only liquefied a little bit, it was still in its embryonic form. If this matter were to spread out, it was unknown how many people would be scared to death. He already had the power of quintessential essence at the 8th heaven of the martial warrior realm. In other words, there was no bottleneck for Xia Ping in the martial master realm. Once he reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the martial warrior realm, he could immediately break through to the martial master realm. Could it be related to the pure yang immortal art? Xia Ping's eyes lit up. He knew that this technique was extraordinary. Even a king-level technique couldn't compare to it. After all, this was a cultivation technique that could devour the sun's energy. If an ordinary martial artist dared to absorb the sun's energy into their body, they would immediately be burned to ashes. How could it be used for their own use? However, he did not expect that at the 8th heaven of the martial artist realm, he would begin to liquefy his true qi and slowly transform it into true essence. If he advanced to the 9th heaven of the martial artist realm and completely liquefied the genuine qi in his body, he would naturally be able to step into the martial master realm without any bottlenecks. It can't be, this power. Xia Ping subconsciously moved and operated the pure yang immortal art. Immediately, a strong force of genuine qi gushed out of his right fist. Immediately, a dark red flame appeared and wrapped around his right fist. Subconsciously, he punched out. Immediately, a terrifying flame erupted and formed a flaming fist. He punched out from hundreds of meters away. Bang! The fist smashed hard on the wall. The flame vibrated and suddenly, a huge fist print was blasted out, creating a dent. Even the dark red flame burned wildly, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. Immediately, the titanium alloy on the wall was liquefied by the terrifying temperature and burned into liquid. The liquid dripped onto the ground, creating holes and white smoke. Elemental change, this is the elemental change that comes with quintessential essence. I can control the power of flames. Xia Ping was immediately overjoyed. He deeply felt the horror of this punch. Not only did the power increase several times, but more importantly, it was accompanied by a flame attack. If an ordinary martial artist was hit by this punch, they would immediately be burned to ashes and easily killed. Why was the martial master realm so tyrannical that it had been called a master realm martial artist by humans in the world? Even university teachers were only at this level of cultivation. It was not just because of the power of genuine essence. More importantly, after advancing to the martial master realm, the elemental power of the main cultivation method began to show. Some martial artists could control ice and snow, and with one punch, they could freeze 1,000 miles, some could control fire, and with one punch, they could turn 100 miles into molten lava, some could control airflow, and in one day, they could fly tens of thousands of miles. With these elemental powers, the martial master realm was 10 times stronger than the martial artist realm, or even dozens of times, or even hundreds of times stronger. This was the real master realm expert, who was above countless martial artists and could be called a general, commanding thousands of subordinates. Xia Ping also remembered that when he was in the Beast Island trial, he had seen the attack of his teacher, Choshu. With one palm, a group of criminals was completely frozen and turned into ice men. This was the power of controlling ice and snow. This was at least the power of a martial master realm expert. It was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. However, Qiushu could actually control ice and snow, and these criminals were only frozen and not killed. Clearly, the precision of the power control was extraordinary. It was definitely not something an ordinary martial master realm expert could compare with. However, not every martial master was so tyrannical. For example, among the martial artists who could control fire, some could only reach a temperature of 100 degrees, some could reach a few hundred degrees, and some could reach 1,000 or 10,000 degrees. This was related to the main cultivation method. The more powerful the cultivation method, the more powerful the attack power that could be displayed. Xia Ping was only at the 8th heaven of the martial artist realm, but he could liquefy his genuine qi and use a little bit of the power of fire, which was enough to melt metal. From this, one could see how terrifying this cultivation method was. It was not something an ordinary cultivation method could compare with. However, the power of genuine essence is still too little. Xia Ping discovered that with just one punch, the power of genuine essence in his body was exhausted. This meant that he could only use this kind of martial master level attack once. After that, his genuine essence would be used up. He would need a period of time to convert it back. However, if he continued to become stronger and the power of his genuine essence increased greatly, then he could easily control this power. Continue to cultivate. Thinking of this, Xia Ping was excited. He had just advanced to the 8th heaven of the martial artist realm, and his cultivation had not been stabilized. He needed to properly stabilize it. Who knows, he might be able to liquefy more genuine qi. Once he cultivated, an entire day passed. No one in the outside world knew that Xia Ping had advanced to the 8th heaven of the martial artist realm. At night, Xia Ping's communication device rang. Chapter 353. Big Brother, something big happened on the school forum. I wonder if you know. After picking up the phone, Feng Hetong couldn't wait to ask. Something happened? What happened? Xia Ping blinked his eyes. He had been in seclusion for a day, so he basically didn't know what happened in the outside world. Last night, Big Brother, you provoked fights everywhere. As a result, many students were dissatisfied. Even some senior students have a lot of opinions about you. They think that you are too arrogant and need to be taught a lesson. Feng Hetong immediately said, as a result, the president of the Kendo Club, Mu Haran, said that he would personally deal with you to let you know the rules of Yanhuang University. Not only the president of the Kendo Club, but also the Fist Technique Club, Saber Technique Club, Concealed Weapon Club, Spear Technique Club, Staff Technique Club, and other martial arts clubs have openly challenged you, saying that they will beat you up every time they see you outside. He said these things in one breath. There is such a thing. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. He knew that there were many clubs in Yanhuang University. These clubs had a long history and were all joined by outstanding students of Yanhuang University. Even powerful clubs could occupy a training hall and have huge cultivation resources, which attracted students to join. Among them, the club president was the elite of the elite, at least at the peak of the 9th level of the martial artist realm. Of course, there were no martial masters in the club. These people had become elite students and entered the elite area, so they would not cultivate in this place. Big Brother, no matter what, go to the school forum and you will soon know what happened. Feng Hetong shouted, those guys are extremely hateful, and it seems that they want to join forces to deal with you. With a snap, Xia Ping hung up the phone. He immediately opened the network, projected a virtual image, and immediately went to the school forum. As expected, he saw a popular post posted by the president of the Kendo Club, Mu Haran. Mu Haran immediately said, originally, I didn't want to come out. After all, he is just a freshman. It is normal for him to be ignorant, but he dared to say that there is no one in the cloud world. I can't tolerate this. Let that Xia Ping come out. I can defeat him with one sword strike, and kill him with 2 swords. Don't think you're so great just because you defeated Xiao Xuan. He's just a new student, and he wants to act like a tyrant in Yanhuang University. This kid isn't qualified. His tone was extremely domineering, making it clear that Xia Ping wasn't his opponent. If he couldn't defeat him with a single strike, then it would be considered his loss. Immediately, many students were in an uproar, and thousands of waves were set off. I didn't expect that Mu Haoran, the president of the Kendo Club, would be provoked this time. It seems that Xia Ping is in trouble. I'm not optimistic about Mu Haoran. Think about what kind of person Xiao Xuan is. He is an expert at the 8th heaven of the martial artist realm and has the bloodline of the Pegasus. Even an ordinary 9th heaven of the martial artist realm is no match for him. However, such a person was defeated by Xia Ping. I'm afraid that Mu Haoran might not be able to deal with Xia Ping as he wishes. Indeed, you didn't see the video. More than a dozen senior students were easily defeated by Xia Ping. Among them, there were many experts in the 9th heaven of the martial artist realm. It's not that easy to deal with Xia Ping. At that time, if I can't defeat Xia Ping and am easily defeated instead, it would be embarrassing. A group of students were talking about it. Some people felt that Mu Haoran was too confident and felt that he might not have the confidence to win against Xia Ping. No matter what, Xia Ping had a record. I can tell that you are freshmen at first glance. You don't know how powerful Mu Haoran, the president of the Kendo Club, is. A senior student immediately jumped out. He is a true master of sword arts. His talent is no less than that of Xiao Xuan. He has reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the martial artist realm. He can be called an invincible existence in the martial artist realm. No one is his opponent. Xia Ping is nothing. If he is really so powerful, why is he only at the 9th heaven of the martial artist realm now? I look at his resume. He is already a 3rd-year student. Isn't his progress too slow? Someone questioned Mu Haoran's strength. Everyone expressed their agreement. If he was a real expert, he would have been promoted to the martial master realm long ago. There was no way he would still be in the martial artist realm after 3 years. This proved that his talent was not good. The senior student said with contempt, "You know nothing." If Mu Haoran wanted to advance, he would have done so long ago. 3 years ago, he was already an expert at the peak of the 9th heaven of the martial artist realm. The reason why he hasn't broken through is that he has been suppressing his cultivation. His purpose is to enter the Cloud Mountain Range. He revealed some secrets about Mu Haoran. Cloud Mountain Range. I have often heard some seniors talk about this before. What is this place? Many people asked curiously. They did not know much about this place. Xia Ping was also very curious. When he was in the elixir department, he had heard the teacher talk about the Cloud Mountain Range. Those senior students seemed to value it very much. The Cloud Mountain Range is a relic of the Cloud Realm. The senior said in a deep voice, "You may not know this, but a long time ago, there were humans in the Cloud Realm. At that time, there were many almighty martial Dao experts and even deity realm experts who fought against the demon clan. It was a legendary era. There were many experts. They were many times stronger than they are now. However, I don't know what happened, but it led to the extinction of the humans in the Cloud Realm. Even the demon clan suffered heavy losses. The experts at the divine level disappeared in the long river of history. Even so, there are still many mysterious relics left in the Cloud Realm. The Cloud Mist Mountain Range is one of them. There are countless treasures inside, Yi Futian said. He told the story in detail. Countless treasures? Xia Ping's curiosity was piqued. The other freshmen were also itching to find out the secret within. The senior student did not keep them in suspense. He continued, "The most precious thing in the Cloud Mountain Range is the water of life. There is a spring of life there that can continuously produce the water of life. If you can obtain a large amount of the water of life, you can immediately strengthen your physique, enhance your aptitude, and increase a large amount of life energy. The benefits are endless. It can even raise a warrior with ordinary aptitude to the level of a genius. For people with royal bloodlines, the water of life is even more precious. It can also purify the concentration of the bloodline and produce the phenomenon of ancestral atavism. Once you get it, you can simply soar to the sky. In order to obtain the water of life in the Cloud Mountain range, Muharrem forcibly suppressed his cultivation for 3 years. You can imagine how determined he was. Chapter 354. Water of Life. Xia Ping's eyes flickered. If he could get the water of life to strengthen his physique and establish his martial arts foundation, his future would be limitless. Advancing to the king realm would be a sure thing. After all, he remembered that on the homepage of the giant company, a portion of water of life was worth hundreds of billions of federal coins. It was an extremely precious treasure that ordinary people could not obtain. But senior, you have said so much, but you still haven't explained why he suppressed his cultivation for 3 years. A freshman asked the key question. The senior said in a deep voice, "It's very simple. Because the Cloud Mountain range is a mythical relic. Even now, humans have no way of controlling that place and can't understand the mysteries inside. I only know 2 things. The first is that the Cloud Mountain range opens once every 4 years. The second is that the people who enter cannot exceed the peak of the 9th level of the martial artist realm. If you are an expert above the martial master realm, then you will never be able to enter again in this life. If someone dares to force their way in, they will immediately be crushed by the mysterious power inside." He explained the reason. "I see. No wonder Senior Mu suppressed his cultivation for 3 years. So it was to enter the Cloud Mountain range. It only opens once every 4 years. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait for another 4 years. It seems that Senior Mu is determined to get it. He is really ruthless to himself. Who can do this? Suppressing his cultivation for 3 years just for this opportunity. Ordinary martial artists would have advanced to the martial master realm long ago. With this kind of progress, who knows how many years behind other experts of the same generation? Nonsense. Do you know what it means to have a good foundation? Although it seems that student Mu has lost 3 years, it doesn't mean that the faster the better. One also needs a strong foundation. If one's martial arts foundation is not strong enough, then when one advances to the late stage, the progress will become slower and slower. Some experts in the martial master realm are even stuck in the first level of the heavenly layer for 10 years. Indeed, if one can establish a strong martial arts foundation, when he advances to the martial master realm, he will definitely soar into the sky. His cultivation speed is many times faster than other martial masters. It is said that there was a senior in the previous batch who suppressed his cultivation for 4 years just to enter the Cloud Mountain range. In the end, he obtained a great opportunity and broke through to the martial master realm. In the next 10 years, he advanced to the Grand Master realm, far surpassing his peers. However, his peers were still struggling in the martial master realm. In this way, who would dare to say that he is wasting time and doing useless work? A King Realm expert once said that your foundation will determine your future height. I presume that senior brother Mu has the same thoughts as well. Many students discussed animatedly, and they understood why Muharrem did this. Actually, Muharrem is not the only one doing this. There are many monsters in Yanhuang University who have suppressed their cultivation and have not broken through to the martial master realm, all for the sake of entering the Cloud Mist Mountain range. The senior continued, experts like these are the true elites of Yanhuang University. Each of them is far more powerful than Xiaoyi Xuan. Tell me, what gives Xiaoping the right to be so arrogant? Hearing this, everyone could not help but agree. An unparalleled genius who had suppressed his cultivation for 3 years must have honed himself in the martial warrior realm. His skills had long reached the acme of perfection, and he was almost at the limit of the martial warrior realm. It was no joke to say that he was invincible in the martial warrior realm. It was simply impossible for Xia Ping, who had just entered the university, to defeat a veteran expert like Mu Haran. Look, the president of the Saber Dao Club has also spoken. He is a terrifying expert who is not inferior to the president of the Saber Dao Club. His saber skills have reached the acme of perfection. Someone immediately noticed that a second post had appeared on the forum. That post was posted by the president of the Saber Dao Club, Zhu Zijin. How dare a mere freshman be so arrogant? Come to the Saber Dao Club, and I will show you what real saber skills are. One slash is enough to split you into pieces, Zhu Zijin shouted at Xia Ping. Although it was only one sentence, it showed an unparalleled domineering aura, and he exuded an invincible aura. Everyone could feel the confidence in his heart, and he thought that he was invincible. However, this was just the beginning. After Zhu Zijin's post, it seemed to have caused a chain reaction, and posts were posted one after another. Xia Ping, is there no one in the cloud realm? Feel free to come to the Fist Technique Club. Any expert from the Fist Technique Club is enough to defeat this so-called freshman. No, no, no. Come to the Hidden Weapon Club. This way, that freshman Xia Ping will truly feel despair and terror. The world of martial arts is very big. Claiming to be invincible now is just a frog at the bottom of a well. Your Hidden Weapon Club is nothing. If you have the guts, come to my Leg Technique Club. If I can't make that freshman Xia Ping kowtow and admit his mistake in 3 moves, my Leg Technique Club will be closed for a month tomorrow. The presidents of the martial arts clubs appeared and posted one after another, showing their contempt for Xia Ping. They thought that they could easily defeat this so-called top freshman without even needing 3 moves. Even if Xia Ping had a record of defeating more than a dozen senior students, it was nothing for the real monsters. They could do it too. Otherwise, how could they dare to claim to be invincible in the martial warrior realm? This Xia Ping has really angered everyone. The Sword Technique Club, the Knife Technique Club, the Fist Technique Club, the Hidden Weapon Club, the Leg Technique Club, and so on. Which one of them isn't a famous martial arts club in Yanhuang University? A student exclaimed, these clubs have gathered the true elites of Yanhuang University. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in them. All the geniuses of the past 2 to 3 years are in them. But these monsters are targeting Xia Ping. That kid is dead meat. There is no place for him in Yanhuang University. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that so many clubs would target Xia Ping at the same time. They made it clear that they would fight Xia Ping at the same time, and let him know what he was capable of. It's over. Xia Ping is completely finished. Being called out like this, it's impossible for him to not fight. Isn't that right? Once that kid cowers here, he will be a coward. His reputation in Yanhuang University will be ruined. No one will look up to him, and even his martial arts mentality will be damaged. He has to fight. But compared to those powerhouses who have suppressed their cultivation, and the club presidents who claim to be invincible in the martial warrior realm, that kid has no chance of winning. Soon, this kid won't be able to show off anymore. He will definitely be taught a painful lesson. Chapter 355. One by one, the clubs issued a statement stating that they wanted to challenge Xia Ping and teach this arrogant freshman a lesson. This news suddenly swept through the entire Yanhuang University and was known by countless students. Even some elite students and teachers heard about it. At this time, in a villa in Yanhuang University, a group of girls gathered in the villa's hall. A girl with big eyes asked curiously, Sister Su, why are there so many martial arts clubs targeting that shameless hooligan? Did you use your charm to make those club presidents target that hooligan? The other girls also looked at Su Ji. So many clubs took the initiative to attack Xia Ping and clamored to fight him. No matter how they thought about it, this matter was a bit unusual. I didn't do such a boring thing, Su Ji said snappily. This is purely because Xia Ping likes to court death. Last night, he dared to be arrogant in front of so many people. He said that there are no good students in the Cloud Realm and that all of them are fake. He even dared to slander the royal bloodline. You can imagine how many people were angered by these words. She was very speechless. She didn't expect that hooligan to be such a lunatic. He dared to say that in front of so many people, he clearly wanted to provoke public anger. Those geniuses in the Cloud Realm were all descendants of the royal bloodline. Which one of them wasn't arrogant? Perhaps there were some people with deep thoughts who didn't show their emotions, but most of them were hot-blooded warriors. They simply couldn't stand this kind of mockery. If they didn't completely defeat that bastard Xiaoping, what face would they have left? Wouldn't that mean that they, the students in the Cloud Realm, were all fake and relied on drugs to advance? I thought this was Sister Sue's plan. I didn't expect it to be that guy who likes to court death. He deserves it. I knew he was a shameless scumbag. Relying on his power and money, he ran amok everywhere. God knows how many girls he ruined. Now he's finally getting his retribution. It seems like we don't even need to do anything. There are a lot of people in Yanhuang University who want to take care of that shameless hooligan. It's so boring to have such a useless enemy. Before we can do anything, he killed himself. When that guy is beaten up, we'll hit him when he's down. Strip him naked and hang him at the entrance of Yanhuang University for a night. Get someone to flick his dick. That's the only way to vent my anger. The group of girls chattered, all of them looking down on Xiaoping. They felt that this brat had angered everyone and would definitely not have a good ending. Some of the girls were incomparably valiant and directly thought of all kinds of ways to take revenge. Su Ji was also looking forward to seeing the scene of that bastard being beaten up. This is called retribution. At this time, Xiaoping was browsing through the school forum, looking at the statements of the various societies and the posts denouncing them. It felt like a storm was brewing, and the crowd was surging. Big brother, things have gotten out of hand. Feng Hetong immediately called the Kendo Club, the Saber Club, and even the martial arts clubs like the Boxing Club and the Kicking Club want to settle the score with you. The situation is very tense right now. We should pack our bags and hide somewhere else. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Being targeted by so many martial arts clubs meant that the whole school was his enemy. The pressure was overwhelming. Most people would have wet their pants long ago. Even if Feng Hetong wasn't the person involved, he could feel the terrifying pressure, not to mention Xiaoping, who was the person involved. Hide my ass. Let them come. I can give them one hand. Xiaoping didn't care at all. For these people's statements, he couldn't ask for more. It just so happened that he wanted to fight with others to consolidate his martial arts cultivation. Because his cultivation method was different from others, the more he fought, the stronger he would become. And he could also get a lot of hatred points. If he could get 1,000,000 hatred points, he could also get a big system gift pack. He was looking forward to it. Big brother, you're awesome. Feng Hetong held it in for a long time and finally squeezed out such a sentence. Most people would have been scared out of their wits when they heard this news, and those who were a little more valiant would have a gloomy face. But his big brother was good. Not only was he not afraid at all, but he was eager to try. It was as if he couldn't wait for the other party to really fight him. If I'm not awesome, who's awesome? Anyway, don't pay attention to those mad dogs. Sooner or later, I'll take care of them. I'll beat them until their mother won't recognize them. Xiaoping patted his chest, very confident. After being promoted to the 8th layer of the warrior realm, there was even a part of the true qi in his body that liquefied. His combat power was extremely tyrannical. Those seniors who were known as invincible in the warrior realm were just bullshit. They were no match for him at all. In his eyes, those seniors were just whetstones that made him stronger. Big brother, if you need anything, just tell me. It doesn't matter if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire. Feng Hetong was immediately relieved when he heard Xiaoping being so confident. Soon, he hung up the phone with satisfaction. In addition to Feng Hetang, Jiang Yaru, Nangong Wu, and Chu Rong also called. They were also very worried about Xiaoping's situation. They thought that the situation was very critical and that they could go out to avoid the limelight. After this storm was over, it was estimated that there would not be so many people targeting him. Xiaoping told them not to worry about such a small matter and that he could handle it. Even his fellow Yanhuang planet compatriots who were a little familiar with Xiaoping, such as Mu Bansheng, Roddy, Shifei, Lu Chang, and the others, also called to show concern, saying that they could help if there was anything he needed. However, Xiaoping rejected them one by one, saying that this was not a big deal at all and that he would just wait and see. Although the people who called to show concern were very worried, since Xiaoping said so, they could only believe him. After all, this was Xiaoping's decision and they could not interfere. It's really tiring. Xiaoping exhaled. He felt that dealing with these people was much more difficult than dealing with those enemies. Oh right, I still need to ask about the Cloud and Mist Mountains. Xiaoping felt that the Cloud and Mist Mountains was much more important than the provocations of those club leaders. This was a major event related to his promotion to the Martial Master realm. Thinking of this, he immediately went to the forum and sent a private message to the senior who was very familiar with the Cloud and Mist Mountains. He wanted to ask if the new students of the Cloud and Mist Mountains could participate. Under normal circumstances, as long as they are experts under the Martial Master realm, they can participate. The senior replied, but in order to prevent some students from overestimating themselves and blindly entering the Cloud and Mist Mountains to die, it is stipulated that only experts in the ninth heaven of the Martial Warrior realm can enter. If experts under the ninth heaven of the Martial Warrior realm want to participate, there is also a way. That is to pay 30,000 school points and get a place to enter the Cloud and Mist Mountains. Xiaoping also understood that those who had the ability to obtain 30,000 school points naturally had the ability to deal with ordinary situations. Their strength was no less than that of experts in the ninth heaven of the Martial Warrior realm, and they would not be stupid enough to die. When will the Cloud and Mist Mountains open? Xiaoping continued to ask. The senior replied casually, it will open in a month. A month? Chapter 356. Soon, 3 days had passed. However, during these 3 days, Xiaoping had been cultivating in seclusion without any movement. He seemed to be completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world, and he had no intention of responding to the club leaders. However, even if Xiaoping did not respond, the matter was getting more and more intense. Many people with ulterior motives added fuel to the fire, causing the matter to continue to ferment. It's been 3 days. 3 days have passed, and that kid Xiaoping is still pretending to be deaf and mute. He hasn't responded at all. What does that guy mean? Someone was puzzled. Originally, he wanted to watch a good show, but he did not expect Xiaoping to have no intention of responding at all. He was still as calm as a mountain. What else can he mean? He's definitely afraid. Being targeted by so many martial arts clubs, anyone would be afraid. He's just a coward now and wait for this matter to slowly subside. Some people sneered, thinking that Xiaoping was afraid. Many people also nodded in agreement. No matter how powerful Xiaoping was, he was just a freshman. Facing so many seniors, many of whom were monstrous geniuses from king families and were known to be invincible in the martial warrior realm. Even if that kid didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he knew that he was in big trouble. It was only human nature for him to curl up in fear and act like a coward. Do you think it's that easy to let this matter subside? It was obviously this kid who started it, but he still wants to pretend that nothing happened. It's simply a joke. At first, that kid was very arrogant. He claimed on the forum that there was no one in our cloud realm. Now that we have someone to stand up for him, that guy has shrunk back. He's simply a coward. So, those people from Yanhuang planet only bully the weak and fear the strong. When it comes to fighting, they are like reptiles. They are so weak that they have no real ability at all. He defeated a few seniors with ordinary qualifications, and yet he's so arrogant. It's not too much to say that he's a fake. In terms of character, this is not the mentality of a strong person. It's a pity that a group of people from Yanhuang planet cheered for him, saying that he was not afraid of any enemy at all. I didn't expect that in the end, he's just like this. It's so disappointing. If he stood up and fought against those seniors, even if he lost, we could still praise this kid for being a real man. Even if he lost, he would still be honorable. But now, he doesn't even have the courage. His future achievements must be limited. Cowardly martial artists, no matter how high their cultivation is, they are still trash. I wonder how he managed to defeat those seniors. Could it be a sneak attack? Maybe they bribed the older students to put on a show. Many students were mocking and ridiculing him. They were very disdainful of Xiaoping's attitude of avoiding the battle. They felt that this was simply the behavior of a coward. How could such a person be worthy of being number one? Some people even made malicious guesses, thinking that Xiaoping and the older students were acting, and that they actually didn't have any strength at all. Some students from Yanhuang Star were very angry when they heard these words. They all thought that Xiaoping would never be afraid to fight, but 3 days had passed and Xiaoping still hadn't replied, which made them feel a little guilty. They didn't know what happened to Xiaoping. In response to this situation, Mu Haran, the president of the Kendo Club, immediately said, "It's fine if you don't dare to come out and fight. I'm not a narrow-minded person. As a senior, I still have my own thoughts. As long as he is willing to come to the Kendo Club and kowtow and apologize to everyone, then I will spare him once." A group of students sneered. This was not letting Xiaoping go, it was clearly humiliating him. If Xiaoping really came to the Kendo Club to kowtow and apologize, he would probably become a laughingstock for the rest of his life. Even if his martial arts state of mind was broken, it would be almost impossible to advance to a higher realm. Yes, as long as Xiaoping is willing to kowtow and apologize in front of everyone, and is even willing to be a volunteer worker and clean the streets of Yanhuang University for 3 years, then my Saber Dao Club can forgive him. The president of the Saber Dao Club also said. Some students from Yanhuang Star were very angry. They were forced to admit their mistakes in person, and even became a sweeper. They were pointed at and ridiculed by countless people every day. This was not forgiving Xiaoping, it was clearly an opportunity to humiliate him. Some people were very angry. This group of people only dared to be so arrogant because they had cultivated for a few more years. If Xiaoping also cultivated for a few more years, these older students would not dare to be presumptuous. They were obviously bullying the weak, but they still had the nerve to speak with such a face. Indeed, it's fine if he doesn't dare to come out. After all, he is just a freshman. But because he is a freshman, if we don't educate him now, it will be difficult to teach him when he grows crooked in the future. Indeed, let him learn a lesson now, and he won't dare to talk nonsense like this in the future. This is also for his own good. Not everyone can get the education of us seniors. One by one, the presidents of the martial arts club stood up and spoke, but all of them spoke in a sarcastic tone. They were just short of mocking and ridiculing Xiaoping in front of him. For a time, Xiaoping's reputation in Yanhuang University fell to the bottom. Most people thought that Xiaoping was afraid and did not dare to fight at all. Even some students from Yanhuang Star who supported Xiaoping were not confident enough to speak up. At this time, in a quiet room in the villa dormitory, Xiaoping slowly opened his eyes. After 3 days of cultivation, the true qi in his body increased a little, his strength was also a little stronger, and his martial arts foundation was consolidated a lot. He had gained a lot. Has it been 3 days? There should be a lot of noise outside. Xiaoping smiled slightly because this was his plan. He deliberately waited for 3 days and did not respond, so that those students would think that he was timid. At that time, he would defeat them with thunderous strength and pull them down from their high and mighty position. It was estimated that this encounter would be engraved in their hearts, and their hatred would naturally increase greatly. We've waited for 3 days. It's time to shut those people up. Xia Ping stood up, and his clothes fluttered without wind, exuding a tyrannical aura, and the entire quiet room seemed to be shaking. The first club he wanted to deal with was the Kendo Club. The president of the Kendo Club was the most arrogant and the first to stand out. His strength was almost the strongest. As the saying goes, the shot hits the bird that sticks out. Teaching that guy a lesson would definitely cause a huge sensation. His first shot must amaze the world. Whoosh! Xia Ping left the villa, took a bus, and soon arrived at the entrance of the Kendo Club. It was a huge training hall with a dojo inside. Above the door, there was a plaque of the Kendo Club, made of wood and slightly yellow. No one knew how many years it had experienced. This was the history of the Kendo Club and represented its honor. Xia Ping is here. Chapter 357. The news of Xia Ping's arrival shocked the entire Kendo Club. They did not expect that a person who had avoided fighting for 3 days would suddenly appear at the entrance of the Kendo Club. The news not only spread throughout the Kendo Club, but even the students of Yanhuang University were shocked. After all, the speed of the internet was amazing, and it could spread throughout the university in a short time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In just a few breaths, dozens of members of the Kendo Club immediately came out, each with a long sword hanging on their waist. They appeared at the entrance and glared at Xia Ping. Hey, isn't this Xia Ping? You've not appeared for a long time, and now you finally appear. Are you here to kowtow and apologize? Now you know what it means to be afraid. But it's not so easy for you to enter the Kendo Club. First kowtow here 3 times. A group of Kendo Club members saw Xia Ping appear, and all of them were contemptuous and mocking. They suddenly laughed, and their eyes were full of mockery, thinking that Xia Ping had appeared here to apologize. Get out of here. Xia Ping squinted at them. I'm not here to look for small fries like you. Where is your president? Immediately ask him to come out and die. In less than 3 breaths, I'll flatten the entire Kendo Club. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a strong aura. He looked at the group of people in front of him indifferently, full of dominance. What? Hearing this, all the members of the Kendo Club present were stunned, as if they could not believe what they had heard. For a moment, they thought that they were hallucinating. Are you kidding me? Did I hear wrong? This kid asked the president to come out and die. If he doesn't come out, how can he flatten our Kendo Club? A student was stunned. I didn't hear wrong. This kid said so. It seems that this guy is not here to kowtow and apologize, but to look for trouble. He wants to challenge the club. A senior student's face instantly became gloomy, and he stared at Xia Ping. Challenge the club? This kid wants to challenge our Kendo Club by himself? Does he think that there is no one in our Kendo Club? He's too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Does he really think that he is invincible in Yanhuang University? I've long heard that this new student considers everyone beneath him and has his eyes on the top of his head. I didn't expect him to be arrogant to such an extent. It's too exaggerated. Many members of the Kendo Club were in an uproar. All of them looked angry. The Kendo Club had been established for hundreds of years, but they had never encountered anyone who dared to challenge the club alone. This was the first time. They felt that their dignity was being despised. Are you deaf? Xia Ping waved his hand and said impatiently, ask your president to come out and die immediately. If you're late for even a second, I'll flatten your Kendo Club. Don't be so shameless, you know. Gift your sister. A senior student in the 9th heaven of the martial artist realm immediately stood up and stared at Xia Ping with a murderous look. There is no need for the president to come personally. I can finish you off by myself." With a boom, he suddenly attacked. His long sword appeared like a silver dragon, and a powerful sword chi flew out. It was incomparably fast, and the angle was crafty. It tore through the air, displaying the tyrannical strength of his sword Dao. As the sword slashed down, dense sword chi appeared in mid-air, completely covering Xiaoping's body, forming a huge sword chi net, leaving Xiaoping nowhere to escape, exuding an incomparable murderous aura. Too weak. Xiaoping's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Without looking, he took a step forward and punched in the void. Boom! A terrifying fist force broke out in an instant, like the birth of a primordial fierce beast. The mountains shook and the earth shook, sweeping up a terrible gust of wind, bombarding the sword chi. With a few bangs, the sword chi was immediately shattered by the terrible fist force. It was torn apart inch by inch, and then from dozens of meters away, the fist blasted on the senior student's body. Ah! The senior student screamed, and a terrible force broke out in his body. The steel longsword was immediately blasted into a pair of scrap iron, and his whole body flew out, rubbing across the ground for hundreds of meters. With a puff, he fell to the ground and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes stared at Xiaoping, but he could not hold on for long. Soon, he fainted on the ground, foaming at the mouth. How is this possible? Many members of the Kendo Club were completely dumbfounded. This senior student was considered an elite in the Kendo Club, an expert in the ninth heaven of the martial artist realm. Even when facing the president, he could exchange a few blows. But what was going on now? With just a punch, the person next to him was seriously injured, coughing up blood on the spot, his lungs were severely injured, and he was beaten like a dead dog. Such a gap was too terrible, and they could not say anything at all. They collectively lost their voices. I said, "Ask your president to come out. You are not qualified to fight with me." Xia Ping looked at the members of the Kendo Club indifferently, exuding an aura of contempt. You are not strong, but are you not smart enough? Do you not understand human language? His words made the members of the Kendo Club go crazy, and their heads began to smoke. Little bastard, don't be too arrogant. You want to come to the Kendo Club and behave atrociously? You are the one who is overestimating yourself. There is no need for the president to come out, we can beat you half to death. Suddenly, a group of Kendo Club members went crazy. All of them were extremely angry and could not stand this kid for even a second. How could they tolerate someone insulting the Kendo Club like this? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 3 senior students appeared, each of them had the strength of the ninth heaven of the martial artist realm. They held a 3-feet-long sword in their hands, and their sword chi soared into the sky and condensed into a substance. They formed a 3 talents formation and came over to fight Xiaoping together. Get out of here. Xiaoping did not give them any chance to make a move at all. He slammed his palm into the void in front of him, like Buddha suppressing the great sage, heaven's equal, with the power to smash the 5 Fingers Mountain. Bang bang bang. The air exploded, and there was a series of explosions. The 3 senior students could not withstand such a terrifying force at all, and their whole bodies were smashed to the ground by the slap. Ah ah ah. They could not help but let out a shrill scream. One by one, they were slapped to the ground like turtles, and their knees knelt in front of Xiaoping. Gravel flew everywhere, and their hands were numb. Even the 3-feet-long sword in their hands was smashed into pieces. No, no, no. The 3 senior students went crazy, and their faces were extremely ferocious. They were defeated with just 1 palm, and they even had to kneel in front of Xiaoping in humiliation. It was simply kowtowing to Xiaoping to apologize. This was simply a shame that was difficult to wash away. Chapter 358. You're being rude. Kneel here for half an hour as punishment. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly to the seniors of the kendo club in front of him. He was like an emperor giving an order to an unworthy minister, containing an unquestionable taste. You! The three seniors were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Making them kneel here for half an hour was no less than being paraded in the streets. They would lose all their face and would definitely become the laughingstock of Yanhuang University. How could they still raise their heads? They were all mad and tried to stand up, but they couldn't do anything. Xia Ping's slap almost broke their leg bones and they couldn't exert any strength at all. This is too much. Let them go immediately. Seeing this, the other members of the kendo club were all furious. Making the three seniors kneel in front of them was also a slap to the face of the kendo club and trampling on their dignity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All of a sudden, 5 or 6 seniors rushed over and tried to rescue the three. Bang! Xia Ping didn't even look at them. He slammed his palm in the air, like a gust of wind, fiercely hitting the 6 people. A flood-like power poured out, and no one could stop it. Immediately, they let out a shrill scream and were blown away. One by one, they hit the wall, making a cracking sound and splashing gravel, creating a deep human-shaped pit. With a puff, they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and lost the strength to fight. Who else wants to stand up for them? Go ahead. If I can't kill you with one punch, consider it my loss. Xia Ping's eyes swept around and looked at the members of the kendo club. A terrible aura filled the surroundings, like a mountain pressing on their hearts, almost suffocating them. This. The members of the kendo club who were present gritted their teeth, but after witnessing Xia Ping's tyrannical strength, they all stopped moving forward. 5 or 6 senior students had attacked together, but they were all sent flying with one palm, as if they were trash. Even if they attacked together, they might not have much chance of winning. But they were very unwilling. Their kendo club was a famous martial arts club in Yanhuang University. Now, someone actually came to cause trouble and block the door, but they couldn't do anything. They could only watch helplessly as the other party ran amok and bullied people everywhere. They couldn't stand it at all. Enough! An angry roar suddenly sounded. Immediately, more than a dozen people walked out of the kendo club's entrance. The one in the lead exuded an extremely powerful aura, like a treasured sword that soared into the sky, exuding an unparalleled sword chi. The surrounding people all felt a stinging pain on their skin, as if they were being cut by sword chi. If they got close to it, they would suffer great damage. President Mu. Suddenly, a group of Sword Arts Club members could not help but exclaim, because the person who suddenly appeared was their Sword Arts Club president, Mu Haran. Mu Haran ignored the other club members and walked straight to Xia Ping. With a long sword at his waist, he stared at Xia Ping condescendingly. How dare you come to my kendo club and commit murder? You're so unscrupulous. Have you thought about how you're going to die? His tone was filled with endless rage. Since the founding of the kendo club hundreds of years ago, no one had ever been so bold as to come forward alone, block the entrance of the kendo club, and even make 3 kendo club disciples kneel in front of him. This was not as simple as a slap in the face. It was clear that he wanted to form a deadly feud with the kendo club. You've misunderstood. I'm not here to commit murder, but to learn from each other. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Mu Haran and the others, and said lightly, but I didn't expect that the members of the kendo club would be so weak that they couldn't even take one move from me. This is really beyond my expectations. After all, your kendo club once asked me to challenge you, and your words were quite arrogant. In the end, I came, but I didn't expect that I would be so weak. I thought to myself, how could you have the face to say such words? I guess these seniors are also ashamed of their inferiority and are sincerely convinced. That's why they knelt on the ground and apologized to me. He said so eloquently. Shut up. Mu Haran's face darkened as he listened. He simply could not bear to listen to it. It was clearly this kid who used violence to force the kendo club members to kneel on the ground. This was coercion and intimidation. But from this bastard's mouth, he said that the seniors were willing to admit defeat. It was simply a dog's mouth that could not spit out ivory. Since you want to experience the strength of my kendo club, then I'll let you see what a real master of kendo is. Muharin shouted angrily. As soon as his voice fell, he instantly made his move. He pulled out the long sword from his waist and slashed out with lightning speed. It was so fast that people couldn't see it with their eyes. Xia Ping had long been prepared. He used his mental strength to perceive the surroundings. Even the slightest movement could not be hidden from his perception. He smashed his fist in the air, like a giant bear descending, exuding unparalleled power. Bang! The two forces collided with each other and immediately there was an earth-shattering explosion. The chi vibrated, and even a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. The wind swept around, and the yellow sand rolled. You do have some ability, but if you want to behave atrociously in front of me, Muharin, it is far from enough. A cold light flashed in Muharin's eyes. He had no intention of stopping and slashed out with his sword. Immediately, dense sword chi appeared in the air. Each sword chi was like a thunderbolt, containing incomparable destructive power. They intertwined with each other and formed a terrible electric net, covering Xia Ping. This is Senior Mu's thunderclap swordsmanship. With one slash, it is like a thunderbolt. Any demon or ghost will be smashed into pieces. This is a king-level sword technique. That kid is dead for sure. It is impossible for him to resist. Senior Mu not only learned the king-level sword technique, but he also has the bloodline of the Thundercat. His body contains the power of thunderbolts. With one slash, it is as fast as lightning. Who can resist it? Indeed, once he advances to the martial master realm, he can master the power of thunderbolts. His killing power is unparalleled. Even if he is only at the 9th heaven of the martial warrior realm, it is enough to defeat all enemies. If he doesn't have this level of power, how can he be called invincible in the martial warrior realm? A small freshman dares to provoke Senior Mu. He is simply tired of living. The surrounding students sneered. They thought that Xia Ping absolutely could not win. Whether it was genuine chi cultivation, bloodline power, or even combat experience, he was at a disadvantage. Xia Ping still wanted to win. What a joke. Go to hell. Xia Ping also made a move. His body turned into a white crane, and his body also contained an earth-shattering sword essence. Like a master of swordsmanship, he pointed at Muharin, "You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.